gentlemen, this is my pleasure and honor to moderate the afternoon session, and I know that there will be some others coming later from lunch and from coffee, but we do not want to be too much behind schedule, and Professor Fejérdy has to leave, so there are some slight changes in the schedule. So the first talk will be from Tamás Fejérdy, and then we shall listen to Graham Bell. And also there is another change that from 2:05 Professor László Palkovics will give his talk. So in that sense, we shall have a 20 minutes delay of all the former schedule. This is due to the different duties our colleagues have to deal with. The questions and answers will be held at the very end by Zsolt Kosztján, and I just want to mention that after, from 6 o'clock, there will be a very interesting concert, so we should be able to finish by then all the programs or everything what we want to tell so far. And so let me introduce Tamás Fejérdy, our colleague, who is an award-winning architect, who is a heritage conservation engineer, won many prizes, serves on many boards, and he's one of the most important members of iASK, and also he knows probably the most about the cultural heritage of Kőszeg, and now the title of his presentation is KRAFT, Built Heritage Kőszeg Renewed. So Tamás, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you also for the possibility to speak here in this very beautiful historic monument. And my task is quite easy because you know the city, hopefully, and you have heard already quite a lot of information about the KRAFT program, but I try to be as concise as possible to summarize some important features. First of all, maybe you know the answer, why Kőszeg? Because we heard from Professor Myslivec, this is the central point of the world, but anyway, I have to underline that it's not by chance that we are here, because it's very important to have persons and situations, institutions having creative initiatives, and also important to have a cooperative environment. And Kőszeg is very good for this one, because this institution which was funded and led by Professor Myslivec is here in Kőszeg, the predecessor of iASK. And of course, this is one of the most rich city in Hungary in the built cultural heritage. And the other point is, thanks to or a result of history or recent history, that after the Second World War, until during some decades, Kőszeg was a border, still a border city, and it was just in a way neglected. So there is a huge need for restoration. And restoration, you will see later also, is not enough. There is a need for sustainable use, but otherwise the restoration is just a temporary solution. And as I mentioned, in this very city, there is a very rich historic background, and we are looking for the first place when the KRAFT program was realized. It's also important to have a manageable size. This is the city with this one. And I mentioned already the state border situation, the location. And I want to underline, because when we are speaking about the renewal on a city or historic buildings, I had to underline that not only separate buildings, even the most precious monuments are important, but also the ensemble, the geomorphological determination and human reflection on this. And also not only the existing, physically existing elements, but also the intangible heritage assets. I will make reference later on again on this one. And interrelations, you should not forget in the KRAFT, you can also read on this placard that city and region together is also very much important. And finally, when we are speaking about the renovation or restoration of Kőszeg, we should not forget about visual appearance, landmarks and context. And this very picture shows from the Juricic place the vista to the Calvarian chapel. And of course, the ensemble and the interrelation is important, but go back again to the historic monuments. Of course, preserving and experiencing the identity of the city is really important to deal with and to conserve and to assure a good use for existing historic monuments. On the picture, the left-hand side, you can see the oldest town hall in Hungary, which was really erected as a town hall in Kőszeg. So this is, I think, is really unique. So there is a inseparable continuity on function and historic buildings. And I'm sorry that Mónika is not yet here, but I want to speak about the content, that when we are looking for renovation or renew of a city or elements of the city, of course, not only the buildings as a shells of families and communities are important, but the content is really important. And the content of those buildings and the interrelation of the city creates a charisma that extends beyond the town itself. And you can see here the books edited by and mostly written by Mónika Mátay, professor, who about the stories and historic content of the city houses. And as a monument conservator, I have to tell you, confess you, that when we are looking with in Hungary after the restoration of historic buildings, we always have to deal with many underlapping layers, and it's very much connected with families, with histories, and the owners, and many other things. I really appreciate highly this research on the details of the stories of the cities. And of course, when we are looking for authentic historical content, which is really important, but as you know well, the function time to time is changes, and time to time buildings just losing their original function. And this KRAFT program is developed by Professor Mislivec and his team. It is really looking for to giving a new and sustainable use for historic buildings of the city of Kőszeg. And this is the heart of my presentation. You will tell me when I look too long, but this is about the selected historic buildings in this very city. I do believe that you know almost all of them. The first one is the starting point is the Mizsei Palace, which is a center of also for iASK, and the previous institution was put there. Yeah, it is also an example of cooperation among the institution and the city, because it's owned by the city. And you know well, just some minutes ago we left from the Festetések Palace from Chernel Street number 10, and the others like Szemző House, and we are here in the Zwinger, you can see here, and also the Strafittos house, and some of ours which was living or staying in the Benedict Hotel, and you have here also the synagogue of the Kőszeg. And you can understand that many of them are really in connection as a new use with the iASK, with the Institution of Advanced Studies in Kőszeg, but some of them are not, or there is a component or common use of those buildings. And just really, I pick up one example just to show you not the worst situation. This is the Festetések Palace before and after renovation. It was, as you have heard, maybe you can recall that it was after the Second World War. It was used for flats for quite a huge number of flats, just dividing in many pieces the original elegant rooms and so on. And today this is one of the most important elements of the or house of the iASK activity, and also as you have seen, we're using it many other things, not only for the purpose of the institute. And this is something which shows that this KRAFT program is dealing with selected buildings, but this is not only just to give a new and sustainable future of buildings, but also is a network. And this is not, really important. I just to try to show you on this picture on the screen, the red dots are the seven buildings, and also you have this town well, which is also a result of this KRAFT program. I don't want to enter details. I hope you will visit it, and it's used already as a small but important element from Baroque town, and renovated and reused. And what about function? And this is also a challenge, because if you have a series of buildings used by one institute, it could be seen as something which is a closed and non-accessible for others, but it's not true, fortunately, in Kőszeg. And the buildings reused and restored and reused are not only giving new life to existing and valuable historic buildings, but also they are open for many other kind of use, for cultural events, public events. And again, you can recall the first or second slide, the cooperation in the city is also very much important, because the iASK time to time are using other buildings which are not a part of the KRAFT program, like the city fortification, but in order to preserve and strengthen the character of the city of Kőszeg, the most important thing to respecting the appearance, colors, sounds, and flavors on the town. And I have no here in the screen pictures, but you can. If you are visiting the restored historic buildings, you can see that in many times the formerly non-used space are also reused, like in Szemző House, the cave, or the Sigrai Palace, the attics, and also in the Sgraffitos building, the attics. So everything is, how to say, very respectively or very minutiously designed and planned, but without harming the appearance, the historic appearance. And I just take one among the 7 restored most important buildings. Thank you. And this is the synagogue of Kőszeg, which is a fantastic monument, small but monumental building. And you can see here before the restoration in very, very pure condition. And after restoration, this became one of the most elegant venue in this city. And during restoration, it was also a priority not to do anything which was harming a possible religious use. So it is everything is done on this context. And of course, function. We are here. You can see that this is the renovation of historic buildings. It's not for nothing. The content is absolutely living and important. Events, meetings, teaching, exchanges, workshops, encounters, everything is possible in not only a national but international level. And the cooperation, common use, it is also absolutely shared in the life of the city. And also you can see here that when we are speaking about a scientific institution, it is also not so close, because this is an excellent series of science in the pub, maybe once in a month, I don't know, but something like this. And finally, I just approaching to the end of my presentation, this is also an example that the Czerny Street, where we are now, it also have been totally renewed after, in connection with this KRAFT program, that not only buildings but also the infrastructure. And maybe you know this timeline, which is just connecting the Czerny Street to the Juricic Place, is also a very important element of this program. And it's not yet finished. You have heard about the Synergy Campus and the UNESCO University. And there are some other buildings which are still waiting for a good news, important and quite large-scale historic buildings. And this is in connection with the UNESCO's historic urban landscape recommendation. The KRAFT concept is a good supporting this approach. And this is a tool for cities and communities in connection with the region where the city exists. And which are the most important element. The results of the KRAFT, which is a basic of renovation of the Kőszeg, are based on respect for what already exists, cultural heritage, as a value-based approach, a holistic approach, not just built elements, a systematic approach, buildings, building complexes, and even beyond city limits, and a very broad cooperation between institutions and experts working in different fields. And creative initiative and persistent, continuous work in implementation and operation. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tamás. That was a very interesting guided tour in history, in your profession, and also to give a real meaning of the KRAFT that we are having here. And now we shall ask Mr. Graham Bell to take the floor about talking about sustainable communities and living heritage. And Graham Bell is the Director of Culture Trust in the United Kingdom, an NGO, working for several other NGOs, board member of the Europa Nostra and other important, and also a fellow of the Royal Society of Arts, beside many other things. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. One of the reasons why Tamás and I swapped places is that I was about to announce that heritage doesn't exist, which would clearly offend his sensibilities. Normally when talking about place, I would refer to genius loci, sense of place, spirit of place. And that would normally be about understanding, as Tamás has just shown, the essence of the architecture. Why is Kőszeg here? How did it develop? Why did it develop in the way that it did? What makes it special in the way that if you saw a photograph, it could be nowhere else other than Kőszeg? But I want to go deeper because for me, iASK is always deeper. It goes deeper than other places. It asks questions, the fundamental questions. And I would say that this is a place where Genius Loci is about challenging convention. And that what I want to explore with you is not a conventional discussion about cultural heritage and the role in sustainability and society, but how do we look to the future in terms of futures literacy, and the theme of this conference about what a university of the future might look like. So we start, of course, with a crystal ball. And this is where we begin by imagining what the future might be. But I want to challenge some of the preconceptions, some of the presumptions upon which you might be here or which you evaluate the presentations that you see during these days. So you are here, aren't you? Yeah, but where is here? Because by the time I finish this presentation, we will have moved 381 kilometers to the east. What does that mean in real terms? Well, by the time I finish this presentation, we will be where Kecskemét has been. And by the time we finish, Innsbruck will be where I started this presentation. So where is here? Is here on the move, or is here Innsbruck, or is here Kecskemét? So it's a movable description. It's not a fixed premise. So we can't just simply say we're here. Okay, so are you here now? Well, yes, but now is not just a fixed either, because if there are 24 time zones, there are 24 nows. And by the time I finish this presentation, it won't be now, because I started in the past. So again, if we start to challenge convention, we have to ask ourselves, if we are looking to the future and we need points of reference, those points of reference are not fixed. They are variables. So how do we deal with that? So who are you? If I asked that question of you 10 years ago, the answer would be different, because you are different to the you of 10 years ago. Your life experiences have changed who you are. Your judgments, your values, your character, so much about what makes you has changed, is developing. So, if we are considering what the future means to you, we have to start not from where you are, but from where you've come from. And your character, the essence, in a sense, not the genius loci of place, but of you, is determined by your backstory and your points of reference, because all of you will have different values about how you judge what you do today. So you are here because you've chosen to be here. You are part of today's existence, but it is about that whole sense of where you fit within the world. So as I'm saying here, it's about you as a person, you about your relationships with other people and society, and indeed what you contribute in terms of social capital to the world that you inhabit now. So all of that is fueled by your journey that has brought you here. But if we want to start talking about futures literacy, and in a sense the foresight about where this journey of yours is taking you, then we have to start with the here and the now and who you are. We can't simply talk about foresight as being a subject in isolation. And what I really want to communicate in this short presentation is that where you are going is all about the cognitive ability of your contribution, not just to your life, but in terms of society and the issues, the subjects that we're discussing in this conference. So you are not completely leaving behind the journey that has brought you here, because that is a subliminal influence on how you think, how you act, and how you project forwards what you think you will contribute in the future. So my point here is that futures literacy has to start not with the now, but with the journey that has brought you here, and how future actually began before you got here. It's not a future tense. And therefore, the theme here is that memory and all of those things which make you who you are, and us today here as a collective group, actually begins with this sort of recognizing the continuum of the past, the present, and the future, so that future is a projection. But I also want to challenge that preconception, because in a sense, one of the things you cannot switch off is this GPS, your personal compass, about how you relate and base your relationships with other people. and that in the brain there is the hippocampus, which is a built-in GPS about orientation in the world today. But I'm raising this principle that in order to consider futures, you have to recognize those points of reference that you bring with you on the journey. And if we think about where iASK is and its role in this exploration of reality, then it's about taking memory, which you can't remember everything that you've ever done, been, said. So some of that, in a way, is compressed because you have to somehow compartmentalize how you've got to where you are. But iASK takes that compression and decompresses it. It disaggregates all of those things that have brought you here and who you are as an individual and as a group, and refracts all of that recollection into a series of potential futures. And so the attraction for me about what iASK is doing in events like this is that it's exploring spectral futures. It's not simply one line of inquiry or indeed one or two. It's about exploring what futures means in every conceivable form of reality. If I take a couple of examples, on the left, interpreted values are those things where, through the actions of culture in particular, it's about creativity. Part of your past, or indeed a society, is about the ability that we have for creation, for creating new ideas, for not being satisfied with things that we inherited, but influencing, in a sense, creating our own imprint on the world around us. And through the lens of existence, those become the refracted futures. So in a sense, the creativity, that innate ability to be creative, is translated into how we can create the future that lies ahead of us. And perhaps at another end of this spectrum is the existential values, those things which perhaps are the closest we can get to being fixed realities. And as they pass through the lens of existence now, I would describe them as being aboriginal futures. In other words, where interpreted values are about creativity, existential values about preservation of identity. So I want to give some examples of what I mean by these things. So one of the themes that's already come out of today, and indeed last night, is that we are orientated towards thinking of existence as a linear existence, a linear progression. Something existed, it now exists, it will exist. So there is almost that presumption that though things will develop, they will develop in a particular way, a linear sequence, where we're not necessarily adding value, but what we're doing is perpetuating through this sort of existentialism, this sense of identity. But really, futures needs to look much more fundamentally about identity and who we are and how we change the world. And if we think in the second highlighted paragraph, the sentence, is that we can't necessarily change the capacity of a system, but what we can do, and this is what UNESCO recognizes, is that we can enhance values. So instead of simply thinking of futures literacy as being continuity, it's about creativity and it's about the qualitative values upon which we move forward. So there are three examples of alternative realities. The first one is parallel, where you've got parallel existences that never meet. Alternative realities, if you like, ways in which people can continue to be who they are without influence either on others or from others. The next one is the interface, where in a sense you bring two different sets of values, two different identities together, and see what happens, an interface. And the third one is best described as being a magnet, because a magnet has polarized, simultaneous qualities to repel or to attract. And there are examples, not only in this discussion over these days, but in terms of cultural heritage, where all three can exist. So then let's look at another way of seeing how future's sustainability might be described or might evolve from a conference like this. And one of them is to recognize that there are three types of system, and which is the most relevant to what we're discussing here over these few days. Entropy recognizes that there is a measure of disorder, and an undercurrent of many of the presentations that you've heard is recognizing that there is a form of disorder or chaos. In a sense, the fourth industrial revolution was looking at the disturbance of the norm, in a sense, the way in which the values that we have are being disrupted. And I'll come on to the fifth one in a moment. An isolated system is where, in a sense, you continue to exist without any influences to or from surroundings. Or equilibrium is where something exists, but you cannot change any further. You've fixed all of your criteria. So if we look at what are the risks to a futures literacy approach, is that in common with the previous slide of three ways of looking at the world, there's synthesis, which is about convergence. Do we want to bring about synthesis through bringing together different sets of values as we look to the future? Or is it about coexistence and recognizing perhaps a steady state, that as long as we pass on the world in the same condition that we inherited it, that's recognizable and acceptable? Or is there a recognition that whatever we choose to do, there is a divergence going on, a polarization? And we've seen some of those examples during the presentation so far. So the reality is that when we talk about sustainability, and I've spent a lot of time, as a number of you have, trying to promote the sustainable development goals, is that the presumption is that sustainability is trying to achieve equilibrium. And it isn't really, if we're looking at sustainable or futures literacy. It's about trying to explore the relationship with things that don't yet exist. So it's about the dynamics of the system, because this is cause and effect. This isn't a system of complete control. So just with some examples, the museum as a model is a development of the Cabinet of Curiosities. And this is an example of selective memory. Someone has chosen, through the curatorial role, objects which represent a particular theme. So in a sense, they've intervened in the interpretation of the backstory of society. This is no longer authentic, it's a selection of authenticity. And this is an example looking backwards at a form of refracted interpretation. If we then look at the Aboriginal future, this is a painting from Australia, an artist in Australia, and what he's saying is that this is being painted by someone who's lived there all his life. He's doing it with earth pigments from the place where he lives, and he's portraying an image of place in a way that is traditional. So this is about this is an example of existential values being communicated as how he would like to see his world continuing. And the example that I'm giving here about polarization is through dissonant heritage, where something like the Buzluja monument in Bulgaria, for some people, is a symbol of an ideology that under no circumstances has a place in the future. But to other people, it's an architectural icon. It's something which represents a pinnacle of creativity. It can be both simultaneously. But what we're saying now is the ability, as was said in one of the presentations, that with the device in your hand, that you can create your own alternative realities. And this is a very basic one, which is using an Apple iPhone 12 with LiDAR to scan a physical object and create a digital, in a sense, it's moving towards born digital as a form of alternative reality. So I want to end really by asking the question, where is iASK going? And the theme about the universities of tomorrow. And it was mentioned yesterday, very briefly, about the origins of universities with the Catholic Church and Protestantism. But I want to take you back to the year 700 and to a particular individual called Saint Bede, B-E-D-E, who explored what time means, because it was when the whole church calendar was being debated. When is Easter? How can you fix it if you've got a solar calendar and a lunar calendar which don't align? So it was that whole, not an obsession, but a preoccupation with trying to determine time, which again I find fascinating. But one of the things that, because this was before the age of organized universities, and therefore curricula, and therefore this sense of a discipline that you start and you conclude a process of learning, what Bede was doing was teaching, but there was no such structure. And there was brief reference in one of the presentations this morning to computational reasoning. And I thought that was a really interesting phrase, because computational is not just about the metrics, it's about the whole sense of how you go about dealing with things. And that to me led me to the thinking that a university of tomorrow is about not the subject, but about how you learn, how you share thoughts. And so I just wanted to end by saying thank you to whoever you have become, are, and will be. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this very interesting and thought-provoking and very philosophical presentation. And we shall have a slight change in the schedule, because immediately now we shall talk about artificial intelligence and about the future of artificial intelligence. And László Palkovics will be the speaker, who is the government commissioner for AI, an ex-minister, and also a mechanic engineer himself, an academic, and interested in innovative technologies. So let's see what he has to say about artificial intelligence in the future. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Sorry, just I needed to go out, but before yesterday, we announced that we are going to introduce in the basic education system from grade 9, the artificial intelligence education, well, based on an existing curriculum, actually generated by a Hungarian startup company called Logic School, and we have some discussion that how will that be integrated into the formal education. Nevertheless, I will not talk about that. Professor asked me to introduce a little bit the artificial intelligence strategy of Hungary. That's what I will not do. Everybody can read it. Actually, we published the 2.0 version. Can you hear this? Okay, so we published the 0.2 version last Friday. It's quite a good document. Hungary was quite advanced with artificial intelligence already in 2020. We submitted to the government the first strategy. It was approved. We started to deploy this, but unfortunately, well, we had many other things: the war in Ukraine, the energy crisis. So basically, the attention was not really paid to this. And 6 months ago, the Prime Minister asked me to, okay, we should do something with this. We need to revitalize that field, and we did it. So that's basically what you can find in the strategy. It happened very quickly because everybody's eager to understand that what artificial intelligence is, and what is it good for us, or it's just something we need to have a fear of, or what is this whole story? I would like to believe that that's the result of my activity, of the 6 months activity. When we started, we made a survey that what is the general feeling of people about artificial intelligence? 52% of them said, well, I have fear. They have fear from to be cheated. They have fear that the robots are going to take over the jobs and many other things. And only 12% of the people has seen really an opportunity, that it's a new technology, new tool, new approach, and it will be something good. If we do the same measurement today, I should not say that's totally upside down, but almost. So more people would believe that artificial intelligence is doing something good for us than having any kind of fear. So I hope that it was me. That's not true, of course, because many other things happened. For example, the ChatGPT during the last 5 months or 6 months had a significant development, and people started to like it. Okay, so I'm not going to talk about that. I will try to give a certain outline about that white paper what we submitted to the government is going to be discussed next Wednesday about what the Hungarian community should do in order to deploy the strategy and make use of that as much as possible. And we just simply picked 10 according to my estimation, that the most important points of what we outlined in the strategy, and we like to go along with this. Where are we now? We are not at the bottom. It's just that small robot is just symbolizing that something is going up, climbing this ladder. But we are working on all those important elements. Strategy, I talked about that. Regulation, I'm not going to touch up on the regulation because the regulation is mostly based on the AI Act, which is being introduced actually, in all the European Union countries, like in Hungary. Just one sentence to that: there are many good things in this regulation, and I would say this regulation is not going to hinder us from anything. The European Union legislation is risk-based. The highest risk or unacceptable risk level, if you are not going to deal with that kind of applications, like biometrical identification of big crowds or influencing children with artificial intelligence, doing something bad. So if you are not going to deal with this kind of applications, I assume not, then all the other risk levels are not really hindered by this legislation. And there are many good things in that. Funding, I will touch up on that. Infrastructure, so mostly the data infrastructure and also the computational infrastructure. That's quite important. One of the most important element of this submission is the education. So how should we proceed with the formal education, starting in kindergarten, elementary school, and then secondary school. Universities are doing quite a good job, and also the extracurricular education, which is outside of the school, especially targeting on the education of adults who are already in the labor market, in order to be able to adapt to many changes, among others also the artificial intelligence. We started to make a competency analysis. So what do we have in Hungary and how the AI competencies are used. We are mostly done with the university and the research type of competencies. We are elaborating now the institutional competencies, mostly related to state ministries and so on, and also the industrial and the business type of competencies. That's still going on, but we will publish the results quite soon. How artificial intelligence is going to serve our specific needs, like cultural needs, like science, like language. We have quite interesting ideas about that. That we have something here in Central Eastern Europe what we could use in order to give sort of predictions or estimations about large processes which are going around in the world, because we have 1,000 years of this kind of experiences. Governance or public sector, mostly control. I think that's some typical application, and there are many things where we are going to get international. Although we would believe that we can do everything in Hungary, but sometimes it is good if we cooperate with others, other countries, for example, which could be a good use. So that's roughly the presentation. I've heard something similar in the previous presentation. The farther back you can look, the farther forward you are like to see. That's Churchill, and that's a credo for artificial intelligence. I would say that's if you have long data behind of you, and if you analyze those data, then you will be able to make predictions for the future. Of course, we need to have we need to fulfill different type of conditions. Nevertheless, and that's the next. After next slide, anyway, that we are quite lucky in Central Eastern Europe. We always had a certain administration, either through the church or afterwards to the states, and we were collecting data like crazy. And we have 1,000 years of history. So this 1,000 years with this data collection structure, only the Hungarian National Archive has roughly 300 kilometers of paper-based data. 300 kilometers is a lot, actually. And they are digitalizing it. Of course, it will take a while. But these data, they are quantitative data. So if you look at the large language models, which are performing actually pretty well. So if you are playing around with ChatGPT or any of the Llama models, then they already know almost everything. Well, not quite. But the question is, what is the quality? What of that know-how? What they have? Because these models are trained on the internet available data, and there is a certain degradation between the original data and the data what you find in the internet. And the question is that this difference, first of all, how big is this difference, and can we build something on that? Mostly, yes, that's the answer, but still we don't quite understand. Nevertheless, we will see what happens. So I will talk about culture, some data infrastructure, a little bit about autonomous machines. We had a short chat about this. How do we see the future of the autonomous robots around us, or autonomous machines who are in our vicinity and having an interaction with us? So how will be deterministic in the future? Funding education, healthcare is a very important point in this competency analysis. We started to assess the different type of applications, and we found out that from social point of view and also from economic point of view, the biggest currently, that's just the biggest impact we have in the health care system, from the robots to the complete routing in the hospitals. So that's all supported already today by artificial intelligence, and the opportunities are really huge. So that's also quite interesting. Business support is something what I would like to mention, and then two specific other sectors. One is the agriculture, and the other one is the energy sector, where we started to have many applications. So culture. As I mentioned, in Hungary we have a huge amount of data about the past. And if you look at our history, I think that many of you know Hungarian history. So we were just, sort of hectic part of the world, having big people movements, having wars, and then we faced always the consequences of that economically or socially. But it's all documented. And if you would like to make a model which would be able to predict a currently running, let's say, big movements, then you could use this model. We don't have it yet, but we already started to build up the structure, saying that okay, we take a neural network. We are going to show, for example, 200 years of data of the Osmanian invasion to Hungary. Let's see then what really happened in the input side and what was the impact on the other side. And if you want to check whether the current movements which are actually happening, what type of impact will they have on the hosting societies? We can do the same with other nation movements. Hungary is a good example for that. We have our Far East roots, but we have also many things from the Middle East, from the German countries around, from the Slav countries around. That means that we always had a sort of dynamics here, and this dynamics is documented that we can use this know-how to predict future things. So this is one of the proposal what we made together with the Hungarian National Archive, and there are other players around, but mostly they have all the data after 15 years. Any kind of written data must be stored and must be submitted and stored in the Hungarian National Archive. They are doing a good job actually. All the documents, birth documents, death documents, marriage documents, that's all there from the 15th century. The church was collecting this from end of 19th century. The state started to collect those, but we have it already. And out of it is a huge set of documents, about 50 million Hungarians who were living mostly in this region. But you can see many things. You can reconstruct some specific elements of our history, like for example the Mohács war, and what happened before, what happened afterwards, and what happened after 150 years of the Ottoman invasion. But you can do also other things. For example, in 1944 and 45, when the German army came to Budapest, they went out, and what happened? What kind of impact did that have until applications like how do you inherit in your family a certain type of disease. From the 15th century, there was always one information on this piece of document, the death document. What was the reason of the death? Of course, well, at that time they could not say that as lung cancer, because they didn't know that lung cancer exists. But he was coughing. But if you see that how did it go through of the family chain, then you can get as far as today. So basically, if you check the documents in the Hungarian health database, then you can find a direct connection to that. So this is one application what we propose to the government, because with this and eventually, if we put it on the flank of the UN University, then it could be something what we expand to this region. It's not only Hungary, by the way. This is all the Central Eastern European countries: Slovakia, Croatia, Serbia, Romania, Ukraine, Czechs, Slovaks, Austria, partially also Germany, because they were all part of this, and they have the similar set. They have a similar set of data. So it could be something what we might be able to elaborate a bit scientifically. It was my engineering approach. Sorry, then the social scientists can add something more to that. But as I could imagine that how would I do that, then that would be something similar. Okay, culture, data infrastructure. I think that this current still it is one of the key questions. Do we have enough data? On one hand, we talked about that, and do we have enough computational capacity? We are not doing very well in Europe. The biggest supercomputer in Europe is in Jülich. This has already reached the exaflops. In Europe, that's the biggest computer. By the way, he's our partner, so Hungary tied up with Jülich. But that's number 4 in the world. But it's expanding. The question is that what are the conditions which are necessary in order to establish this kind of data centers? Energy plays an important role, especially the energy mixture of the company, or the energy mix of the country. It plays an important role because on one hand you need to have a steady and stable base load, like a nuclear power plant. You need to have cheap energy. That's why the renewable energy sources, especially the stored renewable energy, that plays an important important role. And the third element, if you want to have additional energy, then the compensation energy sources are also important. From this aspect, Hungary is doing quite well. That's the reason that currently we have 3 or 4 approaches who would establish in Hungary large data center, because we have this kind of energy mix. And then, of course, there are always other questions. What are you going to do with the heat which will be generated by the data centers? But that's also some point where the Hungarian government is working on. Currently, we would think that well, 3-4 exaflops computation center we would be able to implement in Hungary, establish it, and run it and operate it at a reasonable cost, and also using the energy which is emitted by them. So this is quite important. This is also one strategic element. Autonomous systems. I do like autonomous cars, because I have been developing this kind of things for before I became minister, the previous 20 years. That's the reason that we also brought many companies and many activities to Hungary. That was also a reason that we built currently still the most modern testing facility for vehicles in general, but also autonomous vehicles in Kőszeg, which is about 30 kilometers from here. And actually we try to, somehow bring it into this cooperation. But not only cars exist, but there are others. And as I mentioned, humanoid robots, or robots around us, they are playing an important role. We would believe, as Hungarian state or Hungarian government, that our industry is quite suitable to produce this kind of equipment. Why do I think it so? The Hungarian industry is a high-tech industry. 70% of our industrial output belongs to the high-tech category. Germany has 70% roughly, and with Germany we are leading the OECD list. So actually, in that aspect, we are among the leading countries as far as the high-tech industry is concerned. What does that mean, high-tech industry? It means car industry, it means electronic industry, mechatronic industry, different kind of mechanical devices, battery, energy storage plays an important role. These are exactly the disciplines what you need in order to build humanoid robots. If you look at a car, today car, that's one of the most complicated products what you have. Airplane, everybody can design. It's not a big deal. Car, that's something. But the disciplines are actually more complicated than in the airplane. And also the load conditions for an airplane are not complicated for a car, for a bus. That's something. So that's why we would. Okay, it was just a funny part, but it's like that. So basically, we said, okay, then we can make the conditions in Hungary in a way that we can grow a new industry bench, which is this autonomous machines. Of course, it's not only the humanoid robot. We talk about agricultural robots. We talk about drones, many other things, because the industrial platform is there, and also the scale of economy is there. Car will not be produced in dozens, but it will be produced by millions. Almost 100 million cars are being produced in the world, and Hungary is a significant contributor to that. If you look at the battery industry, we are currently number 4 in the world as far as the battery manufacturing capacity is concerned, and it is going to stay like this. And of course, you can like the battery or not, but if you produce a battery, then you have battery. If you don't produce battery, you don't have battery. That's so simple. And if you look around us, the battery is playing as important role as the semiconductors, let's say 25 years ago. Without battery, nothing will operate. So it's simply from the heart regulator to the mobile phone to the cars and so on. So they all will need batteries, and whoever is able to produce battery, because they have the ecosystem, they will be able to produce the next and after next generation of batteries. So that's why we say that, okay, this is something what we would build up. Of course, you need to have other things. You need to have testing environments or sandboxes, if you like, where you can put your robot and let's see what happens there. And also the sandboxes are suitable for the technical assessment type approval. You can name it like this. And we are planning currently a more or less complex test environment for humanoid robots, having something like a home environment, like a school, like that's an institution, like a factory environment. Let's put the robot into that environment with other robots and also with other people, and see how does that operate. If it is not good, take it home, work on that, bring it back, and you can get the type approval. So it is a competitive advantage for a country, not only for production but also for the import. The AI Act is quite interesting because it is going to actually serve for the interest of the European Union or European Union countries, but it also generates a sort of competition. So those countries who will be able to translate the requirements of the AI Act into institutions, for example, test boxes, or into authorities, then they can well actually act better than the others. Hungary, especially towards China, has a competitive advantage because we have a relationship with China. So we also said, okay, then if Chinese robots are going to come to Europe, then please let it come through Hungary, and then they are going to pay tax here, and we are going to be technologically on the highest level. And similar we do with Israel, for example, started to have well serious discussions with Israeli developers, saying that if you want to produce this kind of equipment, then Hungary is open for that because we have the platform. So this is the autonomous system environment funding. We need to have money, and even more money. 5 minutes, okay. I will try to accelerate, okay. Okay, I will skip this. So we already delegated money to that. Well, we also have seed money for early stage companies. We also have sources for deep tech companies. Some of them will open within a few weeks. The other will be open in January, February. And actually in this submitted proposition to the government, we also said that we need to define research and development funds for artificial intelligence based studies. Education, I don't think that I need to talk a lot about that. The target is that latest next September, all the school levels, the elementary school grade 1, grade 5, the middle school grade 9, well, vocational school as well, that they will have all the artificial intelligence as an integral part. We made the first agreement with Logic School, and they are going to provide their, I mean, it's already a approved curriculum, and we are going to introduce it to the school system. Healthcare is very interesting. That I said at the beginning that we found actually the most of the good applications which are actually running today in different elements of the routes, starting with prevention, detection, diagnosis, treatment. Professor Petak is here, so he talked about it this morning. This is one of the very good examples of what can you do with artificial intelligence and the personalized treatments. But you can talk about many other things, the robots and so on. Rehabilitation plays an important role. We defined a large-scale project. How can you combine the brain activities without existing transfer, like all the neural system is missing, with your muscles? And that's seemingly works quite well. Okay, so that's another element where we have some deficiencies. This is the business environment. The Hungarian structure is quite interesting. 1% of the companies, these are mostly the multinational companies, generate roughly 50% of the total added value, and 99% of the companies are generating the other 50%. These are mostly Hungarian-owned small and medium enterprises. It's an unhealthy structure, but we would see now opportunity by applying the tools which are based on artificial intelligence. These are being developed. Some of them we already have, where we can define for them sort of agent who is going to give advices. We have two examples. They will be published in a few weeks. One is a legal decision support tool, and the other one is a high-level economical tool asking, I would like to open a bakery in Zalaegerszeg. What are the conditions for that? Legal conditions and economical conditions. And Two things I think that everybody is doing that, like Elon Musk was very good at that in the United States. I think that we need to also, well, not in a brutal way as he did it with the Soul Chain, but adding artificial intelligence-based elements to the Hungarian administration on 3 levels. One of them is the local level, the city level. We already have a initiative which are targeting on how can you control the city companies by means of application of artificial intelligence tool, or how can we control the traffic lights in order to have the optimal emission. And also we are doing with the regional governance and also at national government level. Agriculture is I cannot name now any field where we could not be able to use AI-based equipment or procedures. In Zalaegerszeg, as I said, 30 kilometers from here, we are building a test environment for combined energetic and agriculture used AI equipment, using drones in order to be able to predict the weather conditions on a higher accuracy than what normally the state companies can do. On the other hand, what you are going to put underneath of the agri PV, the photovoltaic system, that you could use the territory underneath, and how can you use, for example, robots in order to pick the strawberry, because otherwise nobody's going to do that because we have no capacity for that somehow. And similar to the energy sector, it's also typical application. How can you make the weather predictions better? There is an immediate business case. Normally the Hungarian network operator pays actually 1.5 billion euros for that mistaken prediction, what happens through the normal weather forecast systems. If you have, there are different solutions, one is being implemented. If you are combining the past data and also smaller scale models for the local territory, then you can avoid this. So basically, investment is few billion Hungarian forints. The saving is 1 billion, at least 1 billion euro in a year. So we have the return on that. So that's shortly what I wanted to say. I thought that I will pick only just 10. We have many, but anyway, okay. Started with the citation. Where? Yeah. Okay, so that's me with the robot. That's a robot. What we are using now for the human and robot interaction. It's an education type of robot, so you can freely program it. We are going to get now more humanoid robots. We actually purchase them, and we are going to get also more advanced robots. This Mantay robotics. That's what I mentioned during the lunch. It is worth to have a look at that. This is one of the most advanced robot design company in the world, I would say. This is our partner. We are going to get also a robot from them, saying that that's what I try to tell from the beginning, that we should not be afraid of artificial intelligence, rather be afraid that we are not going to use it and here time will decide whether it will become just a technology as many other things like internet, or it will be a little bit bigger. Doesn't really matter. Use it. That's important. Thank you.
And the next speaker is talking about the value of heritage in architecture, and I ask László Gönczi to take the floor, and he is an architect, a founder of the Metropolis International Limited, and organized the Hungarian Real Estate Award, beside many other things that he is also famous of. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. How it is working? Okay. Okay. So about myself, so what was told, this is what I do during the night, because I am an architect and town planner, graduated from St. Petersburg University, like architect and urban planner, spent 17 years like designer of towns and buildings. We designed with my wife two towns in the world, one in Algeria, and some buildings in Hungary and also abroad, also in Algeria. But the last 30 years I work like a real estate developer. So it was asked to speak about the heritage, and the heritage is more complicated than you think that there is an old building and you have to reconstruct and give new functions and so on. It is more complicated. This is started with the archaeology. So I don't know how in other countries, but in Hungary, the whole country is researched and categorized. And if you have a construction in a zone where there is a possibility to find some old heritage from 2,000 years old and so on, you have to start with the surveillance of the museum persons, and if they can't find something, some ceramics and so on, it is given to the museum, but sometimes there are some constructions. And this is one sample. Szombathely is 20 kilometers from here, and you can see this is the OTB Bank main hall, and under the glass you have the Roman remaining infrastructure and road. So it is some advantage even for the construction. So the other thing is when you start reconstruct an old building, you have to research what had happened with this building when it was constructed, what had happened later. And sometimes you can find something which covered because the old buildings are restored during the centuries, and something is not seen. And my favorite thing is this is the church in Novgorod, and Felfan Greek designer made this design, which is in church in that time. It is 14th century. In Russia, Andrei Rublev, you know, but you don't know Felfan Greek, which designed something which is absolutely other than the traditional church design. This is the two pictures. And what to do with an old building? My speech had to be after Tamás speak about KRAFT, so you can see the continuity. And you have to decide what to do with the building, which is in bad situation, not used, and so on. And it can be hotel, office, museum, even different, and some samples. This is a Hungarian Párizsi Udvar Hotel in Budapest, Botanic Castle of Tura, Hotel Moment Budapest, Octagon Hotel also in Budapest, Market Bazaar, you know, this is a historical thing, now it is a cultural center. This is another thing near Market Bazaar, which is now event center. This is Gülgabat, Turkey, which was restored by the Hungarian and Turkish government support. A very nice museum now. House of Millennium, this is an event center in Városliget. And what is interesting, what to do with the industrial heritage. There are some interesting buildings which has no function now because fortunately, the economy has changed and a lot of industrial plants were closed. And this is Zsolnai Cultural Quarter, which is ceramic very nice ceramic factory, and now the buildings are used for cultural center, multifunctional. Silk factory in March. Also, this is one building, old building, and it was a factory, you can see, and now this is an event center. Ost, this is a town in northern part of Hungary which had a very bad situation because the metal industry was closed, and there were a lot of buildings, and they used like a cultural center. It is very interesting thing. And it is not only in Hungary, this is in London, the Battersea Power Station. You can see the old building, but now they created a shopping center, cultural center, and the new part of the town, you know, okay, around. Okay, what is interesting, when you have an old building and you want to do a new function, but you need more places, so you have to enlarge something, an old building, and there are different approach. This is the Hard Rock Hotel in Budapest. You see the old building, and they constructed some metallic extension, which is, my opinion is not so positive, but it is your opinion. So, okay. This is Milan, a 19th century building, a very nice building on a square, and they wanted to enlarge. And you see the the other part is constructed a few years ago, and you see that something is harmonized with the old building. This is another approach. In the Undersea Avenue, the NN headquarters. This is an old building which was refurbished. Really, even all details they wanted to keep and reconstruct. And this is the other side. You can see the old one and this the new part. This is constructed together with this. And I was asking the project manager, Mr. Gábor Balos, what was the idea of the architect? Why did this simple wall? And it was the answer, which you can imagine, good or not. He wanted to do something absolutely neutral. With that, show what important and interesting was the old building. So this is another approach. And so what to do with how to save something which was constructed 300 years or 400 years ago. And this is an approach. This is a sample in Székesfehérvár. This is an old building, and you can see what is found from remaining of the old building, and what is the new. The same is interior here. You can see also the old part, and everything is the new is white and indifferent. And this is another thing in the castle hall. In Budapest, there are a series of reconstruction of old building. You can see this is the concrete wall. This is, you can see what is doing, and this is the result. So, my question is, there is two methods I show. The first method, you remember? Oh no, this is going, I go back. No, how it is? I wanted to go back. Okay, this is one, and this is second. So, who is supporting this method. If you compare the two methods.
Cannot compare.
Okay, but my question is not like that. But what you prefer?
Both.
Both, okay. So, if you prefer both, have you been in Warsaw, in the old town? You know how it was reconstructed, not concrete and not using the same material, and they did. And okay, so who is for this method? You.
It's cheaper.
Okay, let's go. So, no, the story was I was asking also to do the representation about this for the foreign students, and I was asking the same, and I told everybody for the first. Okay, so, okay, let's go further. Some samples. Penang, Malaysia. They had a plot where there was a historical building, a pagoda, which had to be saved. What they did, they constructed a 20-floor big building and incorporated this old building on the ground floor. In the same town, Penang is a UNESCO heritage town. And what is the contradiction? You see, they started to construct absolutely close to the old buildings. The old buildings near the huge building. So this is a conflict. So what is heritage in the town? The Ferencváros in the 9th district in Budapest, it was constructed at the end of the 19th century when the industrial development was in Budapest, and bad buildings and so on. And all the structure of this part of town was saved. Some old buildings, but all the rest is a new function and absolutely other style of life. And financing with the Hotel Hilton, you can see all what was speaking about. It was in 94 ruins. The Hilton Budapest was opened in 79. It was a big discussion that time, who remember. This is some Gothic elements. And what was the discussion? The Matyas Church, which is a historical church, and the new building very close. And the other side. And this is the old part, renovated. And you can see the connection of the old part and the new part. This is the same. This is the old remaining, and some elements inside. And thank you. 5 minutes was told. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. It was really very interesting, and I'm very, very grateful that you also kept the time frames, because we are a bit behind schedule and there are so many.
I told you that a year ago I was cutted, and the half of my speech was so heavy.
Now we shall have a look outside of Hungary, and we shall go to Macedonia, North Macedonia, and I hope that Rubin is already there and patiently waiting for his turn, because Rubin Zemon is our next speaker, talking about the heritage in Macedonia. And Rubin was also is an iASK fellow, otherwise he's an ethnologist and anthropologist, director of the Center for Advanced Research, and also a professor at the university. So, Rubin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Regards from Bulgaria. At the moment, actually, I'm in Bulgaria in Black Sea coast, and unfortunately, I can't join and be present there in Kőszeg for this very important conference. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, so you can continue.
Okay, because something was lost. Okay, I'm sharing now my PowerPoint. Okay. So talking about the heritage in North Macedonia is very actually delicate and complex issue because, as you know, Macedonia is it's multicultural society with a lot of diversities, a lot of disputes, a lot of controversials and so on. But however, I'm trying to sublimize and to give you some information about the situation with the heritage in North Macedonia in these 15 minutes. Why this is not sharing? Okay. So Macedonia is a crossroads of cultures and civilization. Because of that, we have a rich heritage blending ancient period, Byzantine Empire, Ottoman Empire, modern influences, especially from the 20th century, because here were the Balkan Wars, First World War, Second World War, also the actions of the dissolution of Yugoslavia, and so on. So actually, we have a rich culture heritage. As you know, Macedonia gained its independence in 1991 following the breakup of Yugoslavia. And North Macedonia has faced successional challenges in forging a cohesive national identity within a multicultural society. Also, in North Macedonia, except the Macedonian majority, they are living also some of the other communities. The Albanians is the biggest one with around 25% of the population. Then we have Turks, Vlachs, Roma, Serbs, and also other minorities that exist here. At the same time, the politics of memory, particularly those concerning the Yugoslav period, the 1990s transition, and the 2001 conflicts, have a complicated efforts to build a unified historical narrative, which is also related to the promotion of the culture. So, national identity has often been defined in ethnic Macedonian terms, marginalizing the non-majority groups. The Albanian minority has demanded recognition and rights in areas such as language, education, and political participation. These demands have cautionally clashed with the dominant national narrative, leading to tensions between Macedonians and Albanians. Also, you know that in Macedonia we have some important documents that trace the development of the country. The first is the Ohrid-Preman Agreement, and later we will see one important document called Prespa documents or Prespa agreements, which was with the state of Greece, and the most was with in the issue of the name, but also in the cultural heritage. So, competing historical narrative shaped national identity and public discourse. Educational system reinforced the vision as historical curricula vary across the communities. Public commemoration and monuments tends to reflect mono-ethnic perspective, depending on social fragmentation. Then we have efforts to receive historical interpretation of frequent reviews as political threats rather than attempts at inclusive memory. Memory politics and diversity management are intimately connected in North Macedonia. Ethnic identities are reinforced through selective memory practices, which in turn shape political behavior in inter-ethnic relation. The Ohrid Framework Agreement vision of coexistence requires a shared historical narrative yes, such a normative remains imposed. Okay, let's go now to some issues related with the cultural heritage. Actually, after the independence or during the Yugoslavia times, the very strong was the Slavic identity among the Macedonian majority community or the Macedonian nation. But after the independence, also in a public discourse, in a curriculum and so on, was also attempt that actually the ancient Macedonian identity and heritage have to be present, promoted, preserved, and so on. And especially during the time of the Nikola Gruevski government, he started to implement the so-called process of antiquization, which means something that returning back to the ancient culture and monuments and promoting the ancient culture. And for that reason, in that time, we got a lot of monuments from the ancient period, as you see these big monuments in the center of Skopje, which is actually the son of the Great in his course Bukeval, even that the monument is called Warrior on a Horse. But it's not only Alexander, we have a big monument of Philip the Great, of Olympia, the mother of Alexander, and so many other monuments from the ancient period. And the second picture is actually, again, it was rebuilt in the temple of San Clemente in Ohrid, in Plaušnik, where actually was the first Slavic university, and maybe the first university in Europe, because it's before Bologna. It's in the 9th century in this place, and actually was again rebuilt these monuments, but it's come to one kind of conflict identity. So are the Macedonian ancient Macedonians, or are they the Slavic, and so on, which provoked the Greece state, the Greece government, and so on, and in the name dispute, which was put immediately after the independence of Macedonia in the United Nations, and this dispute was almost 30 years. In 2018, we made the so-called Prespa agreement in 17th of June 2019, where we agreed that the country should change the name of North Macedonia, but in this Article 7, it also was stressed or determinated the issue of the heritage. So the parties acknowledge that their perspective understanding of the term Macedonia refers to a different historical context of cultural heritage. Then where reference is made to the first parties, made the Greece. These terms denote not only the area and people of the northern region of the Greece, but also their attribute as well as the Hellenic civilization, history, culture, and heritage in that region that are continued to present day. Where reference is made to the second part of North Macedonia, this term denotes its territory, language, people, and their attributes with their own history, culture, and heritage, distinctly different from those referred to under the Article 7.2, actually. Also, North Macedonia knows that its official language, the Macedonian language, is within the group of Slavic languages. The parties note that the official language and other attributes of the second party of Macedonia are not related to the ancient Hellenic civilization, history, culture, and heritage on the northern region of Greece. Nothing in this agreement is intended to disintegrate in any way or alter or affect the usage of the citizens of other party. With this actually agreement, North Macedonia actually proclaimed that the ancient heritage is actually the Hellenistic heritage, which also is not so scholarly, sustainable position, but the politicians have been there. From other side, we have a lot of, okay, Byzantine Empire is not so disputable, but Ottoman Empire also had a lot of heritage. Here in Macedonia, we have a lot of Ottomans or Islamic monuments. And this mosque down in the third picture is actually one of famous and beautiful mosque in Tetovo, which is called the Colored Mosque. But it's also very important that the father of Kemal Atatürk also is born here in Macedonia, and the Turkish government financed by its foundation Tika to rebuild the house of the father of Atatürk. And we have also some imposing monuments from the time of Atatürk, but also Atatürk was the students in Bitola Gymnasium, and we have also there one memory room. Okay, now going to the other issues related with the cultural heritage, especially the protection of cultural heritage and all the challenges that we have here. The definition of what is cultural heritage, actually in the Macedonian law, it's taken from the UNESCO. So cultural heritage are tangible, intangible goods, which as an expression of testimony of human creativity in the past and present, or as a joint works of the man and nature due to the archaeological, ethnological, historical, artistic, architectural, urban, environmental, technical, sociological, and other scientific or cultural values, properties, context, or functions have cultural and historical significance, and for their protection and use as subject of the legal regime in accordance with the law. So this is the definition in Macedonia, North Macedonia, what it means cultural heritage. Even there are also a lot of discussion about is this definition a proper one. But however, this is one of which is the legal. The main institution is caring for the protection of the cultural heritage, the Directorate for the Protection of Cultural Heritage. It's a central institution in a unique national and integrated legal system for the protection of cultural heritage. And there we have some registers of immovable cultural heritage, movable cultural heritage, and intangible cultural heritage. So they are also making this division, and they are in all these registers are, I think, more than 700 localities or goods are under the protection, or they are registered in this. The biggest actually issue and the biggest challenges of the protections for cultural heritage is actually the Ohrid Lake and the region and the Ohrid city and so on, because it's under the UNESCO protection, and it's not only cultural, but it's a natural good, and it's a special law about the Ohrid region. It's a cultural and natural heritage. It's recognized for unique blend of natural beauty and cultural monuments. And actually from 1979, it's a natural, in 1980s in a register of the UNESCO's cultural heritage, but however, we have a lot of problems on protection of this good because actually it's a lake between the two states, Albania and North Macedonia, and actually we have different legislations and not always. But it's not only this problem. Also, we have you see later a lot of problems related with protection of this good. Actually, also Ohrid is known as Jerusalem of the Balkans. We have in Ohrid we have 365 churches. The famous sites are San Sophia's and Yon Canyo, Samuel Fortress, and so on. And also there are some Byzantine architecture. As I mentioned, Ohrid was a major center of the Slavic literature and culture. All Slavic Ikunema is the first university, Slavic university. It have outstanding medieval frescoes and icons, and it's the home of the Ohrid Literary School.
I'm sorry.
Also, very famous icons. One of the icons actually is from 9th century, which is very well protected.
Sorry, 3 more
But also we
minutes
have
and the time will be up. In
Sorry?
3 minutes you have still. Sorry for the schedule.
Okay, no problem, no problem. Challenges of the protections, we have uncontrolled urbanization in Ohrid, and actually the environment and sustainability is on a very big risk, and UNESCO in the last 5 or 6 years said that actually now Ohrid is the good under the risk and overall protection. from other side, we have a lot of tourist pressure, how to protect the culture and environmental heritage. Okay, digitalization is now also, it's a lot of project now we have around digitalization. I come to the conclusions. So North Macedonia heritage is a bridge between the past and the present. It's a symbol of culture, natural wealth, preservation, essential for identity, tourism, and global heritage. For the future, we need a balanced development with conservation, which is very hard for one small state as Macedonia. Has a big challenge about to protect this, and of course we have to be aware that also the multicultural perspective and dimension have to be protected. Thank you very much. I hope that I'm in these 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. It was really very interesting, and we look forward to see you here back in Kőszeg and continue our conversation.
Yes.
Now, before the coffee break,
Yes.
we have 3 presentations of 3 different aspects of the KRAFT, how KRAFT is implemented and how KRAFT is interpreted in literature, in music, and in history. So first, I ask our colleague Ágnes Kovács to talk about the literary aspects. Ágnes has a PhD in literature. She used to be a professor and media personality, and now she is in charge, heading the Agota Kristof research group in the iASK.
Thank you. Yes, I'm a member of our Agota Kristof research group, and I'm grateful for opportunity to talk about Agota Kristof. And so sorry, but my English not so well. But I try to so sorry. Yes. So I try this our current activities, and I will try to speak about our new project or volume about Agota Kristof, and we have the most important project. This is our book in progress, and yes, I have a glasses. So, Agota Kristof in Hungary and around the world. Kristof Agota, or as she is known internationally, Agota Kristof, is one of Hungary's best known and most successful prose writers. Although she received the Kossuth Prize in 2011, her works remained relatively unknown in Hungary. Few studies have been written on her literary output. One of the main tasks of our research group, the Agota Kristof research group, is to change this situation. The author left Hungary in 1956 at the age of 21. Her first novel, The Notebook, written in French, brought her international fame. Kristof spent the formative years of her life in Kőszeg and near Kőszeg, Szombathely, where she experienced the Second World War firsthand. And her magnum opus is The Notebook, does not explicitly mention the name of town Kőszeg, yet the streets and squares of Kőszeg are recognizable. The author transforms the small town into a mythical place. You can see, yes, this trilogia della città di Kei can mean our town or small town Kőszeg. International scholars have contributed to a better understanding of her oeuvre, but they are largely unfamiliar with the Hungarian roots of her works, and understandably so. It is up to Hungarian researchers to address this gap. The aim of our institute is to explore the cultural heritage of Western Pannonia. And Agota Kristof grew up in this region, and her most significant works are closely connected to it. Her world-famous novel, The Notebook, is clearly set in Kőszeg and deals with the events of 1944 and 45. One of the goals of KRAFT, Creative City Sustainable Region Development Program, is to integrate cultural heritage into regional development. We aim to contribute to this by highlighting Agota, Kristof's literary legacy. And a little bit about our research group. Our institute publishes volume of studies on Agota Kristof's works. iASK is cultivating a following for the Kőszeg-based writer. The institute focuses on regionalism, cultural dialogue, and the relationship between locality and globality. Its mission is to promote the author's works, both nationally and internationally. And Agota Kristof's books reflect a distinctive Central European feeling, sensibility. The Hungarian reception struggles with the fact that she wrote in French, as Hungarian literature is traditionally considered to be literature written in Hungarian. This raises a fundamental question: can Agota Kristof be considered a Hungarian writer? This answer is yes, certainly. And on this slide, you can see key issues about our volume. Current research topics include emigration literature, the interplay of local and global perspectives, transculturalism and transnationalism as well, bilingualism and multilingualism. These are central concerning the Agota Kristof research. The aim of this volume is to introduce readers to this rich body of work. In addition to the notebook, the volume covers her poems, plays, short stories, and autobiographical works. An important question addressed is how a writer from a small Hungarian border town achieved international recognition. In April, you can see photos and pictures about our events. It was a walk and seminar, and yes, it is. In April of this year, we held a workshop at the Hungarian Academy of Sciences in Budapest to outline the aims and content of our volume. Researchers presented their work and we coordinated our ideas. The manuscripts were completed by the end of August this year, and 17 articles will be published in Hungarian, but an English edition will also available in future. And the manuscript, this is pictures about 2 conferences with my colleagues and with authors of our volume and our publication in August. And about volume. The manuscript is complete, and this year would have marked the author's 90th birthday in October. The title of the volume is The Politics of Statelessness, Studies on Agota Kristof, published by Gondolat. And you can see authors and studies in the volume, but translation is not correct because it's in progress and in change in English. You can see, yes, this slide too. And okay. And my colleagues at iASK, and they are here too, yes. István Sümegi, no, but András, you wrote too. And one of the notable houses features in Kristof's novels is a modern hotel. In the trilogy, one character flees to this city and observes houses from his room at the Irotkő Hotel. The author followed the similar tradition. always booking, Agota Kristof, room 214 when visiting. In April 2024, we inaugurated the Agota Kristof Memorial Room at the Irotkő Hotel. Kristof brought Kőszeg into world literature. The town is represented as a precisely reconstructible location, which is a tremendous gift to Kőszeg. And the memorial room was officially handed over by Zoltán Kenyeres, professor of literacy history. Agota Kristof became an honorary citizen of Kőszeg and chose the town as her final resting place. And this is a view from this room at hotel, and the graves. You can see the writer and her brother in Kőszeg. And our future, our research group collaborates with other teams within the Institute, and following the publication of the Hungarian and English edition of the collection of our volume, we aim to further promote Kristof's oeuvre through cultural events. And thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, and it's very interesting, and I hope that we shall have a chance to soon to read the book and to have it in hand. And now the musical side, you have had already a taste yesterday evening from Zoltán Mizsei, who is the associate professor at the church music at the Academy of Music, Liszt Academy of Music, and now he will talk with Izabella Szász, who is the organizer of musical events, including this evening's Vukán competition, and she is also the head of the Vukán Foundation and organization here, and the title is Music Sounding City. So the floor is yours, and 10 minutes. You can have both. I mean, you have two. No. There is another.
Do it together. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, we should sing in the same time. Yeah, this is my presentation first. Okay, so I start. I decided not to talk much. Rather, I put together a little teaser, like a short video of our past activities here. Sounding City is the name of this all what we are about to do here, because a city is sounding in different ways. Its music is a sound. The people make sound. I'm speaking for themselves. Or the city environment makes a sound, and the nature makes a sound all around the city. And there's a proper science about this, how to measure sounds and how to put the measurement into the future development of cities and the environment. So this is a very KRAFT thing from the sound side. We deal everything with sounds in the city. And this is a short summary, what are we dealing here. As you can read, we harmonize tangible and intangible heritage, like music and architecture, or spaces and music, and art and the sciences. Or we deal with the heritage, music heritage of the city, bringing the archival material back to life. It means digitalization, publication, and foster live performances, local church music live. So we have been doing this for at least 10 years now, but I think this is still the beginning, and we have a lot more tasks to do in the future. But we are organizing, coming together masterclasses in a local or regional or national and international spheres in the future about different fields of performing music or creating music or combining music with sciences like data arts or artificial intelligence. That's the very present and the very future. We organize musical events, but not typical musical events like festivals or concerts. So we like to arrange our events which fits better to this very precious town, Kőszeg, fits to its places, fits to its spaces, fits to its people. Therefore, you will see it in the short video soon. Site-specific music, even sound walks. Do you know what sound walk means? Well, if you walk in the city and you let your ear to be open, that is a sound walk, because if you listen to what you hear, it gives you a second layer of your experiences, and it can be led by a mobile application, led by people, led by artists. So this is a new way of interpreting art. And we are getting into music education. Local schools, we have had specific music lectures. We again foster the youngsters to let their ear open, and different musical games are invented. And yes, and last but not least, we collaborate with the scientists here as artists, like sonification. You know, data visualization, it's there for a while, but sonification, maybe it's more useful because maybe you can hear more easily what is to be told, what is to be presented. That's a primary sense of ours. So that I think it's very crucial in the future. And we combine history with the soundscape. Yes, we have historical soundscape in historical documents, which can we reconstruct how the city sounded. And this experiment can give us also new approaches. How should a city sound again? Silence is a key word, but Kőszeg is a very silent town, so you just listen to the silence here, especially in the evenings. And we combine music with all the other arts and sciences. So if you visit the internet, mainly YouTube, Sounding City Soundwalk, you can find at iASK YouTube channel, so if you search for the Sounding City Soundwalk, then you can find a playlist of different soundscape. So probably if you have your mobile phone and ear plug, and you find your starting point, which is just next to the entrance of Europa House. You know that little pathway, this narrow gateway, which leads down to the square. So if you start there and play your different part of the playlist, you will be listening to a very Kőszeg soundwalk. And on the map, on the picture, as you can see, you can follow where to go next and next and next. So if you have time, just try this. And if you are interested about more music we have done here, just visit the iASK Collegium Sonorum playlist on YouTube. Collegium Sonorum is our other keyword. Collegium is coming together, sonorum for all those who are dealing with sound. That's a Latinized word. And yes, 3 details. The first one is a snapshot from our previous festival. In the first part, you can hear an improvised scene in the main square, the Jurisic Square. A jazz saxophone player was standing out and playing improvised music, dealing and playing with the beautiful acoustics and other sounds of the space. And contemporary dancers came and they started to interact with the musician. But in another site, next to the square, if you had your soundwalk, soon you could reach another courtyard where a completely other different musical experience were held. That's the first part. The second part, if you go down to Jurisic Square and you visit the city well, this little round-shaped building next to the 2 churches, if you look up in the little dome, you may find something which is a musical instrument. It's a metallophone. It's a proper instrument, not a digital instrument. It hasn't got any loudspeakers. It has metal plates and heaters organized by a computer. In every hour in the afternoon, if you visit there, you may hear Kőszeg composed music played on this very instrument. So the second soundscape is how we combine the sound of this instrument into electronic music, which was also composed upon the patterns of the building itself. And the third one, the last one, is an example of a beautiful church aria of a local composers. This music was composed 100 years ago in Kőszeg for the Kőszeg community, for the Kőszeg church, and was performed by probably the wife of the mayor, who was a very brilliant singer. And the composer, Péter Dónál, he played the organ or the piano. So the last one will be a short excerpt from this very local Kőszeg church aria, 3.5 minutes. So in the midway, you could hear both sounds from the back and the front. That is a sound walk. You have to just follow your ears where the next sound is, and soon you get to the next station. These are the robots of Mr. Palkovich's office. No. That's the city bell in the Juricic Square. You can listen to this music at our CD, Sounding City, published by iASK. So this is the instrument sound. This is the church aria.
Thank you, Zoli. I would like to present you our complex cultural center, and I'm happy and proud that art is one of the pillars at iASK. So we have a lot of opportunity to show us our talent and our artists' talent. Our Creative Art Center is named after George Vukán. We have a rich activity, including researches. For example, Zoltán's research, and let me mention Károly Binder's research, who transcomposed, for example, Bartók Béla's 4 sheet notes entitled For Children, and we published his CDs. And then we work on heritage management, and mainly we organizing cultural programs, and we build cultural relations, not only regional, but countrywide and cross-border cooperations as well. Let me mention some programs. We have public lectures, both in a culture topic and also in a Jewish topic, because one of our building is the synagogue. Then we have literary evenings, book lunches, exhibitions, tourist guides, and mostly musics. The places where these events take place, mostly our beautiful building, which were renowned under the KRAFT project. This is the Festetics Palace. Here is the exhibition of Mihály Magdolna. Then the Zwinger, where we are at the moment. And the beautifully renovated synagogue. On the picture, there is the Capella Savaria. Let me mention some cooperation that we have. We have these musical and artistic cooperation with Budapest Festival Orchestra, then the Austrian Haydn Philharmonic Orchestra, Capella Savaria Ensemble, then the Austrian Lockenhaus Kammermusik Festival. And we also support young talents. Some are mentored by us. And we also have cooperation with the Savaria Symphonic Orchestra, Mecsek Chorus from Pécs, for example. Then here in the synagogue, we also have Jewish topic or Jewish themed concert as well. And we have a rich program calendar. And back to our center, which is named after George Vukán. George Vukán has a Kőszeg origin. He was a pianist and a composer and a dentist as well, but he founded a prize which is called Creative Art. The issue of this prize is to support young pianists and to make them freely improvise. Today, in the morning, we had the competition. We had 4 young pianists, young talents, and in the evening, you are kindly invited and welcome in our closing concert, which will be held at 6 o'clock in the beautiful synagogue. Then we also have 2 memorial boards in Kőszeg. One of them is on the hospital because Vukán's father was a doctor, and this is the former hospital of Kőszeg. There you can see a blind window, and our designer Péter Trifus designed this memorial board to George Vukán and his father, who was a doctor. And here in the birthplace of George Vukán, there is a piano-shaped board. And here is our closing concert, and you are really invited and welcome at 6 in the synagogue. Thank you.
Let's give the floor to Mónika Mátay. She's a historian, associate professor with habilitation at ELTE University, and she has a talent to talk to the houses, and the houses are talking back to her in Kőszeg. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Actually, it's even a better role. I just wanted to say that it's a very good role to speak last before the break, and it's an even better role to speak without the break at the very end of a long session. So thank you. It's better every minute. Anyway. I promise I will not be short. No, it was just a joke. Of course, from Zekal we learned how to do it, the Pecsakucha, I know, the 7 minutes, so I try to do my best. So today you already heard quite a bit about Talking Houses project from Tamás Fejérdy, and even basically Ágnes also mentioned or talked about Agota Kristof. So I just would like to add a few aspects to make it more clear what we are doing, the methodology. Actually, we started this project 10 years ago, with that time with colleagues, students, and with Zoltán, Mizsei, Tamás Fejérdy, and also others who participated in it. We have, some key topics, key ideas, and now I'm going to talk about the key methodology we use. I know from a historian it's strange to show a microscope, but this is basically what best illustrates what we are doing, to try to focus on individual lives. For us, the name is the most important category. And of course, not only the names, but small-scale problems, which we connect to larger scale problems. So we use the term the change or the shift of the scale. Actually, unfortunately, it's not my invention, but a very good idea still, from Carlo Ginzburg, the leader still alive, thankfully, the senior professor and scholar of microhistory, who introduced this idea to the world in the late 70s, when historical research and historical writing went through major shift, and we still profit from that. Actually, microhistorians connected the idea, historical research, to some anthropological approach. Clifford Geertz was our, founding father, and the thick description, which means that you are really have to focus on a cultural issue, and you have to, start and focus on your research when you don't understand something. That's the best thing. You should not be afraid of not understanding something, but you should jump into it and try to understand what's going on. So this for us was, a major challenge, and the All Lives Matter idea is basically that we try to spread this microscopic approach not only to the well-known people, to the famous ones, but also to the so-called everyday people, and the approach is the history from below, to try to follow up as many life stories as possible. And then, of course, the jump to one of the most famous ones, but since Ágnes already talked about her, I don't want to go into the details. She was one of our heroes in our Talking Houses series, one among others, who actually made a name for herself from, not even in Hungary, but in a situation and at a period of her life, or state of her life, when it was not really, expectable. She already was more than 50 years old when she made the name, and she became famous with this novel. So it's already a question how it's possible to do that. At a language which is not even your native language, but you already introduced that aspect. Okay, we also focus on networks, and with my colleague, or our colleague, Zsolt Kosztyan, we started to focus on it more intensely. These gentlemen, I just selected a few, but I could add many more. Kőszeg people, we heard about Imre Festetics in the morning, but also the Csernel father and son, Csernel Kálmán and Csernel István, were well known for building out networks. Actually, during the summer, my husband knows it, I spent quite a bit of time with István, because his diary is a fantastic reading, and you can really follow up how he very consciously built out his network. And of course, it's not only just a self-serving idea or project, but he was able to develop a network which really became integral into the towns or cities and the regions and even Hungary's development. So he was a natural scientist, an ornithologist, and he used his network to establish a discipline and develop it. So it's, and of course the others as well. So it's a very important task for us to understand the mechanisms of these networks and the personal, connections, etc. And another project, when the focus is not, when we don't focus on a person, but we try to focus on an event. A political ritual, the Heroes' Day, perhaps you know that it was introduced in Hungary due to a law in 1924 after the First World War, and as under the idea of the Trianon peace treaty, so-called treaty. And in Kőszeg, there was an idea that Kőszeg should join this project, not only celebrating and memorizing the heroes of the First World War, but they connected the heroes of the First World War up to the heroes of Jurisic. So basically they tried to give or propose this idea that it's never hopeless. And that time the political elite was able to understand this, call, and among others, Miklós Horthy, he personally came here for the celebration, but also others. Albert Apponyi actually sent a letter. He was supposed to come, but he had to stay in Europe that time, and Gyula Gömbös also joined this project. So now I'm actually just working on a real microhistory work and book project, not more than 100 pages, where I try to understand that how different actors contributed to this celebration, from the female character, the natural scientists, and of course politicians, and how it became a real political ritual of the time in 1932, when actually the star, which you know very well because it's next door, the Heroes' Gate, was erected. And I think almost last, the cultural trauma. So we actually try to understand this. This is a small town project, the Talking Houses project. We try to understand the nature of the cultural trauma. All these cities, Veszprém, Keszthely, already mentioned in the morning, and of course Kőszeg, carry these traumas. The 19th and 20th century histories were very good for that. History produced many trauma situations, and we try to understand how to deal with these traumas. It turns out that those historians, actually there was just a conference months ago in Veszprém, and my colleagues, historians, posed me the question, okay, but they have their own historians. Why they need you? You come from the outside world. And I told them that that's the point. I come from the outside world. Local people cannot really talk about bad stories because they are not supposed to. They are supposed to talk about the nice stories, the good stories. The bad stories are left to those who are not part of the community. And that's a very important role, I think, for myself, of course, and our colleagues, to try to help these local communities to deal with the traumas. And finally, just the types of sources we use. We already heard from László Palkovics that, these very widespread historical sources, once they are digitalized and can be, and that's what Zsolt also, tries to help me with, and of course he's an expert. I try to understand what he's talking about. But once, these sources are part of the internet, and digitally available, then it can actually extend our knowledge and help us to understand what's going on now and in the future, and that's how we can reconnect with the past, hopefully. So we really use very different types of personal sources, statistics, etc., and of course interviews, which is also a very important possibility for historians. Okay, thank you very much.
So I invite Professor Charles Vörösmarty, or Vörösmarty, I don't know what's the proper English expression, of the name of the great Hungarian poet, actually. The Response Gap is the title of his presentation, and Professor Vörösmarty is at the City University of New York and teaching there, and geospatial database modeling, if I'm not mistaken, is his specialty. Water cycle, climate, geochemistry research, so all these things that are so difficult from someone from a humanities like myself, but so exciting as I was already listening to Professor Vörösmarty's lectures. So the floor is yours.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I have the first slide, please? Okay, what's the response gap? Is our leader here? Is our fearless leader here? No, he's not here. Ferenc. No, I'm just saying Ferenc and I are actually trying to team up on a paper to talk about the so-called response gap, and this will become completely obvious to you as I go through my next few slides. So next slide, please. Or do I do that? Oh, sorry. Okay, I do that. Okay, so first of all, I want to give a little bit of a time dimensionality to what I'm going to be talking about. When I was a freshman, or I guess sophomore in college, and I was a geology major, they drilled this idea into our heads, that the present is the key to the past. And so they were trying to figure out how the Earth evolved and all, and they were looking at processes of the day and extrapolating backward in time. And always trying to make trouble for the professors, I, right there, also had a notion that, you know, if you have a key to the past and the past probably key to the future. And so I got into philosophical arguments about that, and I'm not sure that I won these, but in any case, that's a pretty brave thing I just did for those of you. Okay. Anyway, so what if there's just one take-home message from this? Oh, sorry. There's one take-home message that I would like you to keep with you after the lecture today. It's that human dimension studies are absolutely essential to chart out our future with respect to the environment and with respect to society and sustainability. And I didn't really appreciate that until I was about halfway through my career, when the doors opened up to working with some historians, and it was really quite eye-opening that what they were testing was this notion that humans keep making mistakes over and over and over and over again, dating back thousands of years. Now we make mistakes, and the changes that we see incurred are almost instantaneous. But back 1,000, 2,000 years ago, we see the same kinds of problems, people mismanaging water, people mismanaging the environment, and the next thing you know, they get into this habit of screwing it up, impairing it, and then fixing it. And that's the mentality of humanity in the environmental domain for centuries. I also had the really distinct honor of working with a historian who wrote his first team-based paper. And this was a historian, and if you know what historical scholarship is all about, it's a very solitary affair. It's these historians that go up to the attic of all these old libraries, and they dust off the books, and they open them up, and they write their monographs. This guy spent the summer of, I think it was 2005 with us, or 2010 or 2011, in which he led 15 other scientists. So this historian, 15 other scientists, and we got the cover of Environmental Science and Technology magazine, which is the premier science and technology magazine, so to speak, the journal for the environmental engineering community. And when he got back to the University of New Hampshire in the fall and told his advisor about this, his advisor went crazy. He didn't like that at all, that he had wasted a summer of solitary research working with a team of people. But anyway, I really was proud that he took his hits, and I still work with the guy now, and he's really great. Anyway, I think for those of you who have seen me talk at previous conferences, this should not be a mystical diagram. It's basically showing how the Earth system, as a consequence of human action, human agency is exponentially forcing the system, like the use of fossil fuels, the human population, the growth of the economy, all forcing itself on the Earth system. And the Earth responds in terms of collecting carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, heating up. We see coastal pollution for nitrogen and phosphorus and overfishing of our ocean protein resources, coastal pollution, acidification of the oceans, on and on. So the Earth is responding in green, and humans are forcing it with the red. Okay, so this is happening all over the place. Well, how do we respond to this? And I'm showing just 3 iconic images of how we respond to these forcings, which are in all cases going up quite rapidly. And the first one, I guess, is environmental remediation investments. And we could argue about whether that's going up exponentially or not. I don't think it's rising at anything the same rate as we see in the Earth system forcings. In the middle, we have multilateral environmental agreements, and that should be going up if we're trying to keep pace with the problem, but we seem to be stumbling. And on the bottom is I like this one in particular, the struggle for tenure and the struggle for publication, I guess profits and the whole business of publishing or perishing is producing a backward effect, and what it's doing is it's actually diluting the literature with less than innovative papers and patents and such. And so again, the Earth system is going up very, very rapidly in terms of all these impacts, we see that the human dimension is quite sluggish in terms of responding to it. Okay, I think, well, this is our little conceptual device. So we think that the environment and social systems are rapidly accelerating, and now even more so in terms of the restructuring of the world order. And we have seen time and time again that societal action is sluggish. It's not keeping pace with these changes. So that each year that goes by, or each decade that goes by, we get farther away from the goal. And we really can say decades go by. And I like to show this particular image. Shortly after my college parties, in 1975, we started learning about carbon. It was not a big issue back in the mid-'70s. And I was part of a team that started planning out carbon research, in particular looking at the biospheric aspects of carbon. And I remember sitting in the room with some of the big names in climate change world designing the IPCC process. And the thing that they were worried about was that they thought that the science was mature enough to present to the world, but they knew that they would be crucified by the private sector and interests that were pushing back on the whole idea. So anyway, you can chart this from 1975, 82, 1990, when the first IPCC report comes out. 1995 rolls around, and we have the Conference of the Parties, in which we're actually making negotiations about how we're going to control the fossil fuel emissions. Well, I don't know about you, but I don't see any impact of 30 years or so, almost 30 years, of talking about the problem, which we've called an existential problem. If it's an existential problem, why are we not making a dent in this curve? Okay, and now I get back to this idea of human agency. One of the underpinnings of the Sustainable Development Goals, of which there are 18, they were presented by the United Nations as a blueprint for the 2030 Agenda. They were presented in some sense non-hierarchically, just like they were presented in some equivalence. If you're trying to assure food security, at the same time you'd assure jobs for all or gender equality, etc. But if you actually fractionated this a bit, it becomes quite apparent that you cannot have any of the social dimension advancements like equity for all, like alleviation of the direst forms of poverty. You're not going to have that unless you have those blue discs at the bottom, blue and green discs. That's the environment. The biosphere, everything rests on the biosphere because the biosphere gives us these services that if you don't take care of them, you can't prop up the rest of your society. It just won't work. So with this hierarchy, if we are thinking that this is where the development agenda it's upon which this rests, we better make sure we're doing well in terms of our stewardship of the planet. Here is I guess a 2024 UN Sustainable Development Report showing the progress in those 4 areas. I didn't highlight it in the last slide, but it was freshwater, climate action, oceans, and land biota. Okay, and wherever you see green, we're doing okay. Wherever you see red or yellow, we're lagging behind. And in each of the cases, the biospheric stewardship is falling behind. Again, if this is what underpins all of human development in the next decades, this means trouble. Also, I wanted to just point out that this is not just of academic interest. I mean, we could study this, we can now map this out. It actually has real practical implication for development. And in this particular case, I showed 2 images on the top. It's our best guess by mid-century as to how traditional engineering, water engineering, is going to proliferate across the globe. And wherever you see dark blue or green, it's an increase in engineering, traditional engineering. Now, we also understand that in order for this engineering to operate correctly and efficiently, you have to have those ecosystems helping you along, and you can't be building all this engineering on top of destroyed ecosystems. It's going to increase the price of doing business. If you notice, there's a lot of yellow and brown on that bottom curve. That means that the bounty of natural ecosystems, those services are beginning to disappear. It's beginning to become much more difficult to rehabilitate the ecosystems. And upon that set of pictures, we try to build human water security. As best that we can tell, in that 50-year period in 2005 dollars, we'll be spending upwards of $1.5 trillion to engineer our way out of our water disasters, okay? By the same token, because we've destroyed the ecosystems that upon which good, sound water supplies are responsive, we're going to increase that penalty cost to $2.3 trillion. So it costs more to rehabilitate the damage that we've done to the ecosystem than it is to put into brand new engineering. So again, this is a human decision, how we deal with ecosystems, how we deal with development. And it's not just an ethical issue, it's not just a biodiversity issue, it's an economic issue that I think comes home to roost. Okay, well, in order to tackle all these things, and we've talked about this a few times in the last couple of days. János and I were part of a program as part of the Earth System Science Partnership called the Global Water System Project. And he and I had a great chance to work together for a few years. And what we discovered is that you can no longer look at water as a physical quantity or even a chemical quantity. It's also a human quantity. Humans make decisions about water, humans manage the water, humans need the water for all manner of societal development, for energy production, for food production, all of that. And before our program, which started in 2005, many of the studies were stovepiped. They were all separate. And what we tried to do is bring them together. And on the right here is a Swiss Army knife of how we view the future needs to be reckoned with in terms of the kinds of water studies that we are doing, but more broadly, environmental studies generally. Ferenc and I are actually co-authors on a paper that's about to come out in Cell Report Sustainability, in which we hypothesized that there was evidence across all the scales of life in terms of climate change. And we focused on heat, we focused on water shortages and things like that. And what indeed we found is that from the genomic scale right to the cells, to the organs, to the organisms, to the societal impacts, to the Earth system, You hit that system with heat and it responds. And there are markers, there are tracers that you can find through different kinds of life systems. Like sphingolipids are one of the stress hormones that come out through many different life forms. And so we hypothesized that you could create a sentinel system. You don't have to study all of life, but you could study some of the key sentinels of this change and put them into a highly organized smart city sensing campaign, and you actually get a signal of what the change is doing across these different parts of the living kingdoms. One of the policy aspects that came out and hit us over the head as we're writing this up is that there's a lot of talk about climate adaptation, and there's a lot of talk about how it's been really difficult to mitigate the climate forcings, okay? That's a very anthropocentric, in some sense, a human-centered view of the world. You can do all the adaptation you want, save all the buildings and save the economies of the planet in service of humanity, but the rest of nature, if you don't mitigate, is going to get nailed by all of these changes. So anyway, that was our finding. It's going to be coming out in October. In Cell Report Sustainability. Okay, so a couple more things. In addition, the engagement of the private sector, I think, is extremely important. We've heard a little bit about that. I think we can begin at the continental scale, also at the regional scale, to start mapping out not only where there are problems, but where there are opportunities for businesses to go in and actually make a difference. And that has to do with the business environment, whether there's graft and corruption, whether there's civil disturbance in any particular area of the globe, and how many people would be served by different kinds of water resource investments. Okay, so I guess one of the things that we also notice is standing back a bit. We really do see that the biosphere is central to development, and if it's not stewarded correctly through the future, it's going to really limit development. In order to answer these kinds of issues, answer these challenges, we have to cross disciplines, and it's impossible not to and get to a sound solution. My conclusion over the last many years is that there has been quite impressive science in the Earth system domain, but it's filled with poor decisions, sluggish, poor decisions. And the question really is going to be, will this system respond to anything we do at this point? And even if we took all the carbon dioxide out of the emissions that are going into the atmosphere today, it's going to take at least a couple of 100 years to come back to equilibrium. So we're not only talking about what we do immediately, but what we don't do immediately that lasts as a centuries-long legacy. Okay, I just wanted to make a little bit of an announcement, and Ferenc and also Tamás have been part of this as our Marka friends. So we're actually recognizing the importance of staging dialogues to those who are making decisions. And the science to policy link is probably at greatest risk right now. And we see that it's absolutely essential to get the policy makers asking for advice and us as scientists giving them credible advice on how to manage the future. And that's going to be happening first inauguration event on 15 October. There's a website there if you'd like to tune in. Also, we just started an NGO, non-governmental organization, to do something that, to my mind, is absolutely crazy that we have needed to do. We've been involved with something called the NASA Globe program. This program was established in 1995 by Al Gore when he was vice president. And over the 30 years it had existed until this, well, it's coming up in November, it'll be canceled. It engaged 127 countries, over 40,000 schools and educational institutions, 50,000 educators, nearly 300,000 student and citizen observers. And we've made more, or they've made more than 250 million observations. Because of the politics of the day in the US, this has been slated for cancellation because we're studying climate change, we're studying, trying to help with DEI and workforce development, and we're doing lots of international outreach because this is an international program. So an antidote to that is to try to organize ourselves as an international consortium. So divorce ourselves from any particular government that might be politicized in its belief system about what's happening with our global environment, and really democratize the data, make it available as part of a global commons. And the idea here is that we think we can establish this with next generation microsensors that we could equip all the Earth citizens. In theory, we could equip everyone with these kinds of citizen sensing probes and load them up to freely available data sets, and then analyze these things together, teach students about data literacy, how you would organize a crazy question like what's going on with the climate, and how you would systematically come to the answer. And we think that that's really great in terms of public awareness, but also training our students for a workforce of the future. Anyway, I was asked to translate this into a Hungarian context, and Ferenc and I and the others and our friends at Columbia have been thinking about how you would do this, how you would actually congeal a system like this that's of global importance to the Hungarian setting. And we think that through community science, redevelopment ideas, which we started actually here in Kőszeg about 7 years ago when we came with students from our university and developed a blueprint for circular economy. We think that that's expandable and exportable to other parts of the world. We think an advanced sensor incubation laboratory could be established at the Synthesis Center. It's certainly got space to do that, and I think it would be a global center for that kind of thinking. And then this global data rescue, creating a democratized data compendium that's not owned by any one company, any one nation. It's owned by everyone, and it's a citizen-based effort. Might want to call this a movement rather than just a project, and that's kind of what we're trying to do. Okay, I'll stop there since I got my time. So.
Very much. Again, there will be a lot to ask and to talk and to listen to, but time is running very fast, and I invite our next speaker, Professor Norbert Kroó, who just had his birthday, if I may announce that, also 91st birthday, which is a very wonderful age. He's talking about the physics of the future, physics for the future. And Professor Kroó is a physicist, a former vice president of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences, ex-president of the European Physical Society, and many more important positions. Had a very, very important, very famous scientist and scholar. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My advice is projected on my first transparency. Only those who are prepared to go too far can know how far they may go. In science, this is a very important statement. If we are looking around, we experience that everything is changing around us. I try to collect a few such changes which very heavily influence our life, starting from the technological changes and coming down to, for example, the unproductivity of national educational systems. But in spite of that, if you look around, then we may see fantastic changes. Here I collected some changes of about half a century. The first one shows a transistor, and on the right-hand side of it, an imitation of a neural system. IBM made it, it's called True North, and that's a chip which models the brain systems working, and the energy needed for the same power as another chip is about 10,000 times less. On the right-hand side, you may see an IBM 7090 computer of the middle of the previous century, and now we are at the entrance of quantum computers. This in the corner you see a cryostat, and down there is a little spot. This is this computer. In the second row, I collected a picture on the first laser which was produced. The second one is the National Ignition Facility, which tries to work in fusion with lasers. Then you may see how energy was produced at the middle of the century and how we try to do it now. And the third row, when I studied in the second half of the 50s solid-state physics, then we were dealing with three-dimensional systems. Now we go down to 2, 1, and 0-dimensional ones, and you may see that the spectrum of electrons is radically different. That means the way to apply this system is completely different. Then we collected information for the post box, and now we have a network of internet where all information can be found in seconds. And then lower on, the discovery of the RNA or the DNA molecule is there about half a century earlier. And now we have already engineering of these molecules. And finally, you show the first interactive system with the people studying it. Now, in the corner, last picture is how we do it now. How the changes accelerate, I try to illustrate with this picture. Faraday discovered electricity in 1830, and about 50 years later, it started to be used in technologies. The DNA was discovered in 1953, and genetics took place 20 years later, so after 50, now 20. And the first nanotube was created by Ijima in 1991, and 10 years later, it was already used to make logistical circuits. So the computing power doubles in 12 months, the networking doubles in 9 months, the storage in 6 months. This I try to illustrate what type of changes occurred in the last period. In the last 30 years, we created so much information that it is much more than created before in the last 5,000 years. The great discoveries of the experience changed our life. A few examples. Gravitational, the discovery of gravitation at the first part of the 19th century led to an industrial revolution, introduced the steam engine, and this radically changed our life. In the first half of the 20th century, electromagnetic radiation was discovered, which led to electronic revolution for the illumination of the world, radio, and so on. In the second half, strong and weak nuclear forces were discovered. We learned how the cosmos is working. And in addition to that, and at that time, the quantum world was created. Transistors could be made, lasers, which led to a digital revolution, to the inventing of the DNA and so on. So the idea and the simple thinking is that we know the forces of nature and the rules of nature, and therefore we cannot forecast the future. We can simply calculate it, extrapolating from the present time. But there is one problem which makes this a little bit more complicated, and I try to formulate it very simply. Changes are exponential, and the human thinking is linear. And to match these two, this is quite a serious problem, and therefore life is not as simple as we would think about stating that we know all the rules of nature. When computer technology was introduced, I also thought that we are going to use less paper. What is the result? We are using much more paper now than we used before. I thought that with introduction of the information and communication technologies, video conferences, for example, we will travel less because we can do everything from our home. What is the result? There have been never so many conferences where we are traveling than today. So there are some contradictions, and this contradiction led to very strange results. For example, in future telling, at the end of the 19th century, in 1900, an American organization asked 400 leading scientists about their ideas about futures. Everybody's remark was much more modest than what was realized in the next decades. And another thing, what is a strange contradiction, one would think that with information technologies, there is no need to bring a lot of people into one building to work together. And what is the result? There has never been so many skyscrapers built as today. And the reason is not the need for work. This is the sign of prestige. And until this is the case, skyscrapers are going to be built. Now, there are, of course, some jumps which cannot be extrapolated from existing rules. And there were some genius people who succeeded to make some jumps, for example, like Jules Verne or Leonardo da Vinci. I don't go into the details, I don't have time for that. My last remark on this side is that in the technological development, I would like to emphasize two things. One of them is the combination of two different technologies. If you combine two technologies, then always something new comes out of it. The second one is the most successful technologies is those where we succeed to imitate nature. Now I will show some examples of that, including my work, of course. This means, of course, that the knowledge is much more important than before, and I collected here some ideas which are connected with that remark. There are new potential revolutions, bio-nano information technologies, and globalization of knowledge distribution is another such thing. Now, I made this graph to show you how important nature is in connection with really top new technologies. The small spots on this map in Europe are the spots where there are universities in the first 100 or 200 universities in the world. This is the famous Shanghai ranking. The big circles show the really geographical regions of high-tech technologies. Now you may see very nicely the overlapping of these outstanding universities and high technology. And this is, I think, a very nice demonstration of this statement of mine. But when we are speaking about the future, then we have to be careful. And I collected here 4 important future-telling remarks. The first one was Thomas Watson, one of the founders of IBM, and in 1943 he said the following: perhaps 5 computers will be needed on the world market. The second remark is a little bit later. In 1949, I found this statement in a journal which has the title Popular Mechanics. The future computer will not be heavier than 1.5 tons. Of course, this is true, but very much true. The third remark is due to Ken Olsen, the founder of Digital Equipment Corporation in 1977. No one should wish to have a computer at home. Do you like this remark? Finally, the fourth one, Bill Gates. Bill Gates in 1981 said 640K memory should be enough for everybody. If there is a company which made a lot in order that this statement should not be true, this is Microsoft. I think I don't go into the details. Now, I mentioned to you the integration of different technologies. For example, the integration of biotechnology and chip technology. This is a very important basis of, this is a nerve cell and a surface of a semiconductor, for example, silicon carbide. This combination leads to new results, but this is even more important. Here, it is shown how big the biggest supercomputer works. The big circle in this map is the big supercomputer with a speed of 8.2 billion megaflops. And it takes about 10 megawatt electric power to operate it. The left down circle, also green circle, is our brain, which is about 2.2 megaflops. That means 1/4 of the supercomputer. And it takes 20 watts to operate it. So, and this is what IBM succeeded to steal. I mentioned already this True North chip, which simulates 1 million neurons and 256 million synapses. And the energy needed for the same power as a classical chip is 10,000 times less. Now, I am a physicist, so I wanted to say that for me, physics is a beauty because, for example, because of this remark. The great science about physics is that it discovers things where you would least expect them to be found. It happened with me also 2 or 3 times already. Usually in October, September, October, that means after the summer breaks, that my new ideas came into life. Now, about 20, 30 years ago, I thought that physics stopped as an individual discipline. Physics is going to be the servant of other sciences like biology or chemistry, like mathematics is nowadays of the other sciences. In the meantime, it changed significantly, and I illustrate this with transparency. The reason is, in my understanding, that the instrumentation of technology developed so much that we are able to study extremes. Extreme like distances, astrophysics, extreme small distances, nanotechnology. Extreme long times, extreme short times. Extreme high energies, extreme low energies. And since we are able to study these extremes, we learned a lot, and I am convinced that this is one of the reasons that physics is also offering new beauties, and it pays off to deal with it. Now, I cited here are those priorities which were figured at the beginning of this century by the National Research Council. Quantum technologies, complex systems, physics in biology, creating of new materials, recognition of the cosmos, unification of forces of nature, energy, priority of the renewals. I think if you look at the main research fields now, it is here. Now, in my understanding, because of this, the results are figured here. You know this technology. The bigger word is, with letter written is, the more papers are published in that field. And what I found that the most papers are in nanotechnology, in biotechnology, in information technologies, and in quantum technologies. And in the middle, there is material technologies. This is used in all three. So this is a very brave statement, but I think this is absolutely true. And therefore, I put this figure that the future is here because future goes along this direction. Of course, the other thing is big data. It would be nice to speak about it, but I don't have time, so I have to go. But now I am coming to a field, and I will show what we are doing now in this field, where we successfully try to copy nature, that means the energy production in the sun. How is energy produced in the sun? There is a huge gravitational force, and this huge gravitational force pushes the atoms in the middle of the sun so near that they can jump over the destructive force of positive charge, for example, protons, and they fuse, they produce energy. This is very simply described. A little bit more complicated is this issue, but I don't want to go into the details. Now, just a simple remark, which for me is almost not understandable. I asked many people whether they know how much time is needed to get the energy from the middle of the sun to the surface. I got different numbers. No one succeeded to tell what is the truth. 100,000 years from the middle of the sun to the surface. Anyway, we try to copy this process, but we cannot produce gravitation on the surface. But but we can use the so-called action-reaction force of Newton. So if we have a surface and we evaporate atoms on the surface, then the atoms fly out and there is a reactive force. Now this can be used to produce against a force which pushes the material together, and the hope is that we can do it so fast and so good that in the middle the fusion conditions can be fulfilled. This is tried to be made at the National Ignition Facility in the United States. I think it left out this. Yeah, I didn't have time for it. The National Ignition Facility, there is a complicated system like T stadiums. There are 192 huge lasers with 400 millijoule energy in the pulses is used. From this 2 millijoule is getting to a very complicated sample of deuterium and good gracious. Anyway, we thought that in a big country, big lasers, small country, small lasers, we try to do it different. We combine fusion process with nanotechnology. In nanotechnology, we use the light of the nanotechnology, and this is called surface plasmons. This is light on the surface. And we shine light on a fusion material where small nanoparticles are put in. These nanoparticles have the properties to collect energy from a big volume to a small volume, and this can help to make the same effect with a small laser than with a big laser. Here is an example. Here is a material where we use this nanotechnology. The lower small crater is when in the fusion material without nanoparticles we should make a hole, and with the same energy the other one shows what is when we put nanoparticles in it which collect the energy and help to introduce fusion. By the way, here it is seen how the crater volume is increasing when we use increased intensity, but this can be done with the tabletop laser, not with a huge one. Yeah. Of course, another revolution is the quantum revolution. Where the first one was in the previous century, the last one is, the second one is nowadays, and here it is listed what is happening because of that. Of course, quantum is makes a new concept. We have to get accustomed to it, and my advice is that even in high school, students should be tried already to prepare themselves for this completely different way of thinking. For example, studying probability things, because quantum mechanics is a probability theory. Of course, this changes everything, and we have to learn it already and in high school. What is expected from us in the 21st century? I tried to collect it here. In the 20th century, the strength of a country was measured by its size, by its military strength. In the 21st century, more and more is the knowledge what we have to know, and bits and bytes. So, of course, this changes. It has to change our approach to many things, and this is that we have to sometimes have to go back to this idea, and thank you for your attention.
So I invite Roumiana Gotseva to the table, and also just to introduce her, she's a futurist, she's an action researcher, an artist, a founder of Center for Strategic Foresight. So I think that's very exciting, so the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello everyone, good afternoon, and I'm grateful for being here. At the invitation of a mutual friend, Riel Miller, who I've worked with for maybe the last 15 years at UNESCO, helping create, among many other people, the Futures Literacy Program at UNESCO. But before that, I worked for about 10 years in corporate foresight. And so for me, to some extent, kind of after my experience in strategy, corporate strategy, and then corporate foresight, it was important to think of other ways of thinking about alternative futures and not just the traditional ways of the corporate world, which coincidentally happened to be from the military world as well, so there are some connections there. So what we did in the 15 years of the office at UNESCO, not just a huge network of people who were exploring and researching, but also Riel at UNESCO have produced over 40, I believe, chairs in futures literacy and associated fields, forward-looking fields around the world. And there it requires some explanation, because I understand that futures literacy is often associated with foresight, associated with future studies, but there are differences. And the way I conceptualize it, at least, is that there are at least three ways of shapes or modes of futures thought, or thought in general. And one of them is the arborescent, kind of goal-oriented, one destination point. The taproot is more of the alternatives, kind of building a fan of the future and possibilities, and the rhizome is more working from the middle. And for me, this translates in futures thinking of the difference between forecasting, strategic foresight, and creative anticipation. Now, different people will talk about these things in different terms, but I think the capacity, and I might correct myself from hearing Graham earlier this afternoon saying the capacity is more quantitative, while capabilities and other words may be more useful for the qualitative dimension, but I use capacity nevertheless, although I emphasize the qualitative side of this skill. But capacity is also about the expansion. So there is some sort of quantitative expansion of our capacity to use epistemological diversity. And for us in futures literacy, all of these ways of thinking about the future are important, but they're very different. And the capability or capacity to be able to use all different ways of thinking about the future, and especially the discernment to know when to use which, is probably the crux of what futures literacy is about. So forecasting is probably what we know most in most sciences, especially the natural sciences. It comes from our Enlightenment thinking. It's our perspectival thinking, which the perspectival drawing of Leonardo that created this beautiful aesthetic and everyone else that kind of suddenly saw the world from the hilltop. But it's also, the shadow of that is the God's trick, which Donna Haraway talks about, is seeing our world as if we're not part of it. So this is also a way of thinking about the future. In these linear ways, in our temporalities, the most common ones are connected with our forecasting minds, our perspectival in that sense of seeing kind of the narrowing goal-oriented future. And Ian McGilchrist, by the way, has also very interesting ways of talking about the left hemisphere, the right hemisphere, and how the left hemisphere is grasping with the right hand. And that grasping is also part of this forecasting and part of modernity. Foresight, which is probably kind of scenario thinking especially, is perhaps the main contribution of future studies to the world of social sciences. Suddenly there was this expansion of, we can think in scenarios, we can think in alternative futures. But unfortunately, as you can see, it's kind of an inverted carrot, in the sense that the taproot is the same. And the scenarios that stem from that taproot, from the carrot, from that present moment, are just extrapolations, more or less. They can be very creative, they can be very innovative, but they're recombinations of the same paradigm. So the scenario thinking is more or less thinking within the same paradigm. And now new innovations in scenario thinking are about extending the cone of possibility into the past as well, appreciating the fact that the past also contributes in how we think about the past. The past is not when it's also multiple. The future is not when it's multiple. But the present, we seem to be stuck in the same present, in the same mode of thought, or in the same paradigm, the same worldview. Creative anticipation, on the other hand, appreciates something different. It appreciates an omni-centered universe. It appreciates a universe of creativity. And emergence is an inherent quality of the universe and of every living being. That in that sense, uncertainty is an inherent quality of the universe. It's not something that we can overcome with more data, and with purification of data, and with cleaning up the messiness of our lived experiences. So my focus is on creative anticipation, although we'll be speaking a little bit more about the others as well, and especially on multiple temporalities. And this is connected with the ontological turn, because there have been many turns in the social sciences over the last 20, 30 years. There's the affective turn and the action turn and temporal turn. But the ontological turn is actually coming mostly from ontological anthropologists who have started to feel, and in their work, research, are beginning to understand that maybe some of the differences that we're observing between cultures are actually not just cultures and worldviews, they're actually different worlds. And then with the pluriversal thinking about how we understand reality is a contribution also in the sense that we can question some of the categories that again establish our preconceived ideas of what reality is and what temporalities are from past, present to future, and are they sequential or not. Even cosmologists today are telling us that we live in this pluricentered universe or omnicentered universe, which is interconnected and creative, and where mind and matter cannot be understood as separate. For instance, on Saturday, on the 13th, I was attending a conference called The Frontiers of Knowledge, and Brian Swim and Mary Evelyn Tucker were presenting their research on, which became a film, the journey of the universe, about the 13.8 billion years since the universe was the Big Bang and so on, with a lot of interesting, very new discoveries, and then it went on to, again, interesting and new, fairly new ways of thinking about how life was created 4 billion years ago. But talking about time and kind of not taking as a norm the chronological clock time of especially since the Enlightenment, and we have to also look for the political nuances of all of this. I mean, the Greenwich Mean Time. It's not that clock time was invented with the Enlightenment, of course. Clocks were existing prior to that, but it was that synchronization of time across the Western world, but also the colonized world too, was serving capitalism. It was the time of railroads. It was the time of the railways. So it's not neutral. It carries its own implicit assumptions. And not only that, but some cultural scholars like Kodwo Eshun, fairly recently, in his own manuscript, says that power now operates not only retrospectively, but also prognostically, or concerning the future, in the sense that the powerful employ futurists and draw power from futures they endorse, thereby condemning the disempowered to live in the past. The present moment is stretching, slipping for some into yesterday, reaching for others into tomorrow. So it's, again, the whole idea about the future is very also political, ideological. It's not naive and neutral. And many of the minorities and from the traditions of the oppressed are talking about queering time. And queering, used as a verb, means to destabilize or to find the instability in taking for granted assumptions, meanings, and the resulting power relations. And queering time is actually about, bending time and finding different temporalities and artfully playing with time to create different futures, because the future is not like a terra incognita. The future is not an inhabited place. If we think about the future, it's actually our future generations are there, except we don't know them. At the same time, it doesn't exist because we don't have facts about the future, but we can imagine it not to be colonized, right? So part of the whole impetus of futures literacy is for us not to colonize the future, as some worldviews, and especially technocratic, bureaucratic assumptions are about a neutral future, which is an empty territory, which is not different from the way Columbus discovered America. But America was not empty, it had its own populations there, or other discoveries. So queering time makes ontological difference visible, and we talked about the ontological turn, and is necessary in order to think otherwise, because to create a sufficiently liminal space of power knowledge is already to be open to futures, to different futures that are not policed by preformed knowledge categories and boundaries. And some of the speculative temporalities and counter-futurisms that we see in artistic, cultural manifestations come from these traditions of the oppressed, whether they're queer or crip. For instance, disability studies also play with time in ways that The question, the before and after the incident or the disability or the accident, there kind of this idea that for them, their time shouldn't be divided by before the disability and after the disability. That feels disempowering. Feminist futurism has always talked about futurity and an open future rather than it being closed by dominant and hegemonic ideas and ideologies. Indigenous futurism, especially now when we are facing the climate crisis and biodiversity loss, they have a completely different way. Even our categories of even the playful futures are still Western. We have to remember that these are mostly Western concepts and Western ideas, but indigenous peoples have their own relationship with the land and with time and with the cosmos. And tropical futurism is something kind of new, fairly new. I just want to quote this because it relates to some of the things we talked about yesterday from the Tropical Futures Institute. They say, it is good to talk about the tropics since we're all from the tropics, rather than wait for some cultural institution from the center to harvest from the periphery once again, or be a footnote in someone else's historical narrative. I think that has something to do with Kőszeg and our kind of Central and Eastern Europe, how we might imaginatively and creatively think about our temporalities and kind of take a stance and not play catch up, because basically this dominant chronos is asking us to catch up all the time, but there are so many other creative and imaginative ways to participate in the world and create innovations that are mostly coming from the peripheries, I think, and from the minorities, because they need to survive. As we said yesterday, they need to adapt, while there's a conceit and conformity and already dominant of paradigms. So let's go on here. There's some. So the major and the minor, I already touched upon this a little bit of major science, royal science, Deleuze's ideas, and the missing people, or the minoritarian views. There are many authors who write about this, some interesting newer authors. I'm really always looking for interesting new ideas from pockets of of our world that are not so easily accessible. And risk and uncertainty, there's also this paradoxical relationship. As we said, uncertainty is something that for many people, they don't want to get rid of the uncertainty because it opens opportunities. While when you treat uncertainty as risk, you mitigate. Now, of course, there's some existential risks that we all should worry about and think about, and they're affecting everyone, including the more than human world and the non-human world. But there is also risks that are somebody's risks is somebody else's uncertainty or opportunity, and vice versa. So again, the political take on risks and and uncertainties. And so this is the point of artistic interventions, can offer different experiences of futurity, attuning bodies to think about the limits of our temporality and to think beyond them to a different future. So artistic interventions are important for that, and kind of connecting futures thinking and scientific thinking with artistic thinking is, I think, part of the aim of futures literacy, is to combine these different ways of knowing. So the epistemological diversification that I had in my title is about combining different ways of knowing, and hence creative anticipation. So the question is, who is the self who is anticipating? In first order systems thinking, the observer is separate from the systems that they're observing, which is Donna Haraway's God trick, right? The omnipotent researcher. And second order systems thinking, we are part of nature, we are part of the world. And that creates responsibility, it creates stewardship, hopefully, but it creates a category called ethico-onto-epistemology. It's hard to say, but it's about kind of the relationship or the, again, entanglement of ethics with ways of knowing and with our perceptions of being in the world and becoming. So Foucault famously said that for him, he challenges himself to think differently and not to think the same as before. And further, my problem is to construct myself and to invite others to share in an experience of our modernity in such a way that we might come out of it transformed. So it's about transformation. Now, I won't go into this. I think this is fairly familiar to most of us about the Vitruvian man, and basically this is the model of the human coming from the Enlightenment. The human is male, white, European, able-bodied, heterosexual, and often the critiques of not coming from, of course, the feminist critique, but also the anti-colonial and post-colonial critique are kind of uncovering the fact that that kind of history is also a history of colonialism. And that view of the liberal individualistic view of the subject is also about the autonomy of the individual, about mastery, about sovereignty, and dominance over nature. It comes from even longer than the Enlightenment, way back to maybe even the Abrahamic traditions. Post-human subjectivity is beyond separation, so this is one kind of a way of illustrating it is from a book about the anthropocentric and post-anthropocentric world. One is more kind of the pyramidal again. This is the arborescence, pyramidal kind of view of the human on top of the hierarchy, while the post-anthropocentric is the more ecotistical, ecological viewpoint of relationality, of relationships, and the human is part of the world in relation with everything else, not pejoratively everything else. So from a critical post-humanist perspective, it's a non-unified, plural, plastic, dynamic self, transversal beings of the middle, which is based on indeterminacy and uncertainty. It's a becoming into the unknown in relation to everything else around us. It's a non-dual and non-oppositional kind of view of not necessarily dichotomies, perhaps contrasts, as Whitehead would say, between the male, female, nature, culture, mind, body, on a continuum. And one term is not seen as pejorative or lesser than, better than. So these are, I think we're all familiar with this. And also relational in the sense that relations precede relata. We are secretions of relations, and time is also a secretion of our interactions. It's not a set, especially qualitative time, especially the time of our experience. And I already mentioned the ethico-onto-epistemology. I have 1 minute, okay. So this is a famous quote from Donna Haraway: "It matters what stories we tell to tell other stories with." I want to just go and stop on one slide, and this is the slide, and to talk about the thick present. I won't read the quote. If you have the handouts will be circulated, you'll have these. That's why I wanted to have more quotes in there. But there's and I'll quote our colleague from earlier, the response gap. But I'll put the response gap in a different context. There's always a response gap when we are in the thick present. So the thick present is full of the past. The whole past, Whitehead would say, and Deleuze would say, is with us. And the future is unknown, but we do get some signals about the future. We have precognitive anticipations in the sense that our body is reacting faster than our brain cognition can actually assimilate sometimes. And sometimes it's disruptive. It creates cognitive dissonance. There are some emergent, spontaneous causes, things that happen that nothing could have kind of anticipated. But there are also different ways of knowing in the moment, in that thick present. We can think propositionally, which is our normal way of thinking about facts, about the world as we know it objectively. But there are also other purposive causes, like the presentational, our aesthetic attunement to the world, our experiential knowing, our practical knowing. If we take a moment to slow down and to really feel those different ways of knowing, we might create some sort of integrative futures literacy that allows us to take more of the world and to act more responsibly, more ethically, and hopefully for a better future. So I'll stop here. I think there are a few more slides which I'll skip and just leave you with my final notes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I always feel horrible that I always have to show the time frames, and so it's a very frustrating job that I am doing, but it's very good to know that there are so many interesting I'm not so sure, but it's very good to know that it's overwhelming, and it's so. The next speaker will talk about unusual talents, and Zsuzsa Márka from Columbia University, and the title of the talk is "The Discovering, Recruiting, and Enabling Unusual Talent Locally in the Age of Global AI Technologies." And I just want to mention that otherwise, Zsuzsa is a scientist at Columbia University. Astrophysics is her field, laboratory research, joint research of gravitational waves and high-energy neutrinos. So I just wanted to introduce you this way, and the floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here again. And the title was given to me by Sabi, actually. So he got me in the bind, and I love to talk about my astrophysics a lot, but I'm not going to do that. He's so aware of that I've been thinking about how AI will reform how we educate the next generation. And I'm going to give over some of my thoughts about this. Of course, there are many ways to imagine the future. What you see here is we are in Kőszeg. Oh. You want to go, is it this? This is the back? Okay, that's what's going on. So what you see here is Kőszeg on the left side, and this image connects my astrophysics background and two different places in Hungary, because the sky, as we have heard from many speakers today, is the same everywhere. And this connects my grandparents. Okay, I will talk about education because part of the reasons that my interest is so big, because I am coming from a long generation of educators. Even one of my great-grandfather was a teacher. And I do have some ties to Kőszeg. And what you see on the left side is the old teachers training school. And my grandfather, my maternal grandfather, actually was leading that institute for a few years in the 1930s. Otherwise, we have no roots in Kőszeg. It just happened to be my grandparents, even before my mother was born, lived here for a few years. But I do have a story from my paternal grandfather, who was a village teacher. That village is Hevesaranyos, and actually my father took me there with my children and Sabi to show where he grew up. And that building was, the building where he grew up, it was also the school. That was the school in his childhood where my grandfather was teaching. And I learned from my father a very interesting story. Back in the early 1930s, there was a very talented young student in the school, elementary level, and my grandfather recognized his talent, and he actually helped him to go to the city again, which was 20 kilometers or so, and even helped to finance his education. This student, his past student, ended up becoming a professor of mathematics at which is now University of Eger. He passed away a few years ago, but really I thought this is such an amazing story. Back in the 1930s, a village teacher could afford, not of course recognizing a talent, but could afford to have that student. And then I had to realize this is not such an unusual story, because I started to tell this story to others who have, you know, teachers in their family background, and I heard it back again and again. So I don't know whether this happens right now, probably not. But really, one of the major jobs of a teacher is to recognize talent discovery. Of course, the teacher observes the student, diagnose what they know, right? There are tests. They differentiate. Back in a village, you know, sometimes many classes were in the same class. How you teach many students at the same time. They challenge each student, try to challenge, motivate. They facilitate their learning. And as I just said, talent discovery, advocate for the student. Advocate for the student with the future school, advocate for the student with the parents. It's very important because you need to convince the parent of a very talented child that your child is talented. There is a very different future for your child than you have even ever imagined. And I am really advocating for that, to support that. So, and of course, the teacher is always a role model. My grandparents had 31 godchildren in that village. They were definitely loved. And I'm sure part of the reason was because they were good role models. And similarly, Sab is one of his grandfather, actually your grandfather and grandmother were both teachers also in a small village close to Nyíregyháza. So, I don't know whether you guys recognize where that left picture is from. I see that Ferry does. That is the MAV building, which will be the Synergy campus here, right? And the right one is from Columbia. Yeah. And the other one is actually one of the classrooms in Columbia. But the point is, curriculum-based education, that's what we are doing right now in large classes, whether at the elementary school or at the college level. Nothing changed over the past 100 years or even more. There's one thing which changed. This is it. And I'm not sure whether it's better. You guys have been on Zoom classes during COVID, right? And it's often less interactive, right? But the history of education is not these large class sizes. There was individualized education. Of course, it happened at the family level. A mother teaches their child to cook, mother and daughter. Or you have the apprentice there who's learning a new profession. And that's an individualized education. But of course, the other example over there is János probably recognizes Paul Erdős and his mother, and certainly his mother was instrumental for Paul Erdős, recognizing his talent and making him to become who he became, and one of the, if not the greatest mathematician of all time. So there has been personalized education. And what is closest to personalized education nowadays? It is actually in higher education. If we go towards the PhD level, we do have mentors. We have individual mentors. We have one-on-one or small group discussions, very specialized topics, and certainly driven by the professor, but the student, especially in a PhD program, can lead that topic in a direction which maybe the advisor never thought before. So there is definitely even a student-driven personalization, and that is Feynman, Richard Feynman, who loved to go on long walks in the city of Pasadena and Altadena with his students and discuss topics. And this is what actually Sabi does with his students very often, the one-on-one. Yeah. And on that one, on the bottom, I actually took my students to the detector site, and they really enjoyed the opportunity and sort of this very small type of learning and enjoying to see the experiment, the instrument, which actually took the data which we analyzed. So of course, this personalized education and specialization can, but not always, brings out a very broad scholar. I think it really depends somewhat on the educator, but also the student's interest. We do have specialists. I think we need specialists. We also need broad scholars. They both have their way in our future and certainly in our scientific world. Okay, so how are we learning today? What we are doing, what our students are where our students are learning from. So internet era, even before AI, actually changed a lot. Wikipedia, I mean, it's going down a little bit, but it's, you know, at least in general sciences, mostly good. We use it, our students use it very often. It's not necessarily the best place, but it's one of the examples. They also use Khan Academy. We love Khan Academy in a sense. I tell my students if like they are missing some background, and, you know, you can't really sit down, but they now really prefer to watch a video. Khan Academy, MIT open courses, and we can go for many different places as well. And this is an example in the lower levels that actually is the students' performance who actually use Khan Academy to learn mathematics is much better in standardized stats. So Veritasium is one of the favorites of my children, so I put it there. It's actually, okay, I don't want to necessarily advertise it, but even I love to view that and look at that. 457 videos, but 3,634,000,000 views. Oh God, that's a lot, right? So we have these new resources, they proliferate, and they are there, and they have been increasing for the last 10, 15 years. This is another example, which actually is going down. I use AI. I do research actually in AI. I use machine learning and create new algorithms to analyze our data. But then, of course, there is ChatGPT. I use it and ask questions from it. And I used to actually ask my coding question when, you know, some little things needed to be figured out. I got a stupid error message or whatever. I used to ask Stack Overflow. And those who code probably know this place. Those who don't know, but you ask a question, you put in your error message from your Python code or whatnot, and it's going to give you sooner or later some sort of an answer for your question because people ask those questions and it's going to search through those questions. But then ChatGPT actually is using Stack Overflow in its answers. People stopped to put in new questions. And really, the generative models took over. Okay, but you know, it has been there, and it's the way, you know, actually coding got much faster for me as well. And my students definitely, they really started to use ChatGPT in their research. Actually, even learn how to code in Python. I encourage them, by the way, and I've seen very fast development and big progress and quick results in our research from students who went to that approach. So, of course, there's some demographics behind the ChatGPT users. They're on the young side, right? 72% students in higher education use ChatGPT on assignments, right? Research, brainstorming, and so on. But on assignments, right? Teachers, much less. It's like 1/3 or even less than the students. And they usually use to make their regular classroom work easier. Regular classroom work. Remember this one, okay? So, of course, regular classroom work, and I'm talking about personal education. Yes, I really want to advocate for personal education. You know, AI is already there, for example, and used extensively by HI firms to discover talent. It's very difficult to discover a talent in a classroom of 100 people. You just don't have the type of interaction. Can we use AI as a teacher? There is, of course, like Khan Academy has its own education AI bot, basically, from which you can learn, and it would give you or help you to get to the right answer. I never tried it, so I don't know whether it's good or not. But you know, certainly use increases, and that's just only one of them. But really, are we going to be there that these AI tools or bots actually report us back that here's a talent? I mean, it's definitely doable and certainly can be used for assessment. But I will say a bit more about this. So what do the students and the teachers or educators say about AI use? I actually asked many of my colleagues, I asked our students, mostly they are college students, so what you see here, these are type of responses I received from educator friends and colleagues and students I work with. So, to tell the truth, when AI comes up and AI use, or ChatGPT use, the first thing I hear back from the educators is, oh, cheating, students are cheating. How are we gonna be defining what is independent work? How are we gonna be grading? You know, how to ascertain the student learns the material, answers are often incorrect. Critical thinking skills, are they there? The students stop thinking deeply. But the students say, oh, everybody's using it. I also wanna use AI, it gives me a good starting point. And some even say, it makes me more creative, more motivated. Actually, I just heard that the other day from one of our students, and I've never heard that before, but she felt that AI makes her more motivated. So, this building is, of course, the Synergy campus, future Synergy campus, and you know, we hope UN University is going to come here, and that's a possibility, right? So if there is a new educational institute, it's a prime breeding ground for disruptive innovation. Can we disrupt how education is done in the society at all levels, actually? So, of course, we will not have deeper, faster, and transferable knowledge get there. AI can certainly enable that. And we should really start to rethink what's the purpose of the schools and the universities, and what's the purpose of the teacher, the educator, okay? So, universities offering advanced degrees are prime examples for personalized education. So what I would like to advocate for, it needs to be starting here. And we already started that. And AI just can help to make it better. We can have certain research focus at the universities. This is what I'm doing with my students. It's project-based education, no classroom silo, right? Collaborative setting, local, international, and of course, we can have open source resources, approaches in our education. AI is certainly one element of that, and can certainly support accessible learning. So this is my last slide. We had this discussion yesterday, education should be student-driven. I hope and convinced you education is student-driven right now. We have this 72% of college students who use AI. They don't care what the professor says. They want to use it. They are there. They are learning on their own. Maybe they are not learning we would want them to learn, but they are learning, and most of them are self-motivated, not necessarily just to get a grade or get a quick, easy solution on their homework. But we need educators. We still need the human educators. I'm not talking about that I want to replace that, the human. who is in contact with the student. We need more teachers who need to have, very strong skills which foster social emotional learning, because I think their purpose is no more on this side than transferring the exact knowledge, but they need to have very, very strong data literacy skill, which we actually really need to start educating the next generation of teachers on data literacy skills, because we know that not everything which comes out of those AI machines is correct. And we need to focus on critical thinking skills and so on. So of course, not necessarily needs to be that way, but I am advocating no grading, no grades, no grades. We can have, just a proficiency test. And when the student reaches that proficiency for the critical skills, they can move forward, because this is personalized education. If they reach the level, they move forward, and the school itself, because I'm not saying we need to have stopping schools, we need to have schools, we need to have the social emotional learning, we need to have the young people to connect. We also love to work with our students, right? So that's all needed, but they don't need to be siloed into the classroom. So personalized curriculum adjusted by the interest of the student, which can evolve, and project-based education, and of course lifelong learning. And I say, let's go for a walk in the park. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for this very inspiring and very Kőszeg designed presentation of some very important topics. And now we arrive to the last talk before the question and answer session, and it will be given by Attila Dávid Molnár, who is from the Plastic Cup Initiative, and the title is The Fresh Waters in a New Perspective, the Adaptation of the Ocean Literacy Framework to Rivers and Riverside Communities. And he is an educator, trainer, filmmaker, and head of the River Monitoring Unit. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Attila Dávid Molnár, and my original degree is in molecular biology, but I turned into scientific filmmaker and then later on a river cleanup expert. So how it all happened, it started with a sturgeon that was caught by fishermen in the Danube. That was actually the last specimen that could go through before the iron gates closed behind it. And after it was catched, it was put on a display in the Budapest Zoo. And as I stood before it as a very young kid, I felt this magic of being connected to the sea, and somehow I felt that's what I will do, to become a marine biologist, most obviously. That didn't happen, and although I traveled the world, I was on Antarctica, the Amazon, Papua New Guinea, and later I came back to the Danube River Basin. I realized I always worked with water. So I always worked in blue economy. I always had a blue job, even without really knowing it. What am I doing today can be summarized in these two pictures. So basically what we do, we turn this into this. My job is to restore the original conditions in rivers affected by plastic pollution. And to restore rivers, we activate citizens, mobilize youth and local communities. These volunteers, we just call them plastic pirates, or more proudly river savers. Two of them are here. Zsuzsa and Szabolcs, thank you very much for coming, and also for bringing your 3 kids to the venue and doing this hard job. What I do is that I teach and educate people to enjoy becoming muddy, to learn to swim, to paddle, to understand pollution, to start to feel love towards natural water bodies and try to live in harmony with them. At the NGO, which we founded in 1996 and where I still work, we are currently teaching river protection and restoration on an international level. On a regular basis, we have these international workshops for university students. And for some of them, it's a novelty that the UN and the EU as well is very consciously preparing for the challenges of the future, that we have these SDGs, and we also have a certain circle of jobs that are waiting for them. The blue economy, which really want people who are literate in water issues. It's quite important message, especially for students from Eastern Europe or South Europe, from the Balkans, and they have this sense of excitement that there is something waiting for them. So, I'm sure many of you here are aware of the fact that basically where we are with water issues, and hereby I do not refer to scientists or experts, they just really know what water cycles are. Here I speak about the general understanding and the way the public thinks about water issues, and Poroid, this fantastic historic salt mine in Transylvania, was basically destroyed by the flash flood of the Coron River. The signs were there, the experts gave their warning signs, and decision makers turned to be indecisive, and we know what happened. The historical site is destroyed, and you better hurry up and buy your few kilograms of Poroid salt until it's on the benches. But it's a pattern. It's hard not to recognize that every time big rains are coming and floods follow, we are surprised that pollution is coming. In the Danube River basin, we have quite a long history of seeing this kind of pollution race from cyanide to red sludge. We have all kinds of pollution, and basically this is my, let's call it my job, the plastic, which turned to be quite regular. This is a picture of what we call a plastic flood on the upper Tisa, where we are doing our cleanup activities every year. Okay, since 2007, more people live in the cities than in the countryside, so we have become an urban species. And for hundreds of thousands of years, we were living by rivers, we were traveling on them, we were exploiting them. We still depend on it, but in this modern urban world, we are separated from it. So before we think too big and too global, let me just go back a little into this mid-Danubian basin where we are right now, which is also called the Pannonian or the Carpathian basin. And let's just deal a little bit with the Hungarian soul, because it's really interesting, and maybe it helps you to understand why we are as we are. Just as a spoiler, I tell you that carps are gone from the bath. And even if we had any carps at Christmas, very few people would know what to do with it. I don't know, any of you are here who knows how to clean a carp and then make a good fish soup? Please put, okay. There are still survivors, the last Mohicans. So it's a widely accepted opinion that to understand the Hungarian mind and soul, you need to go back to the great Trianon trauma and the great Hungary map. I challenge this opinion, and instead I use a map way older than that. This map shows us the Middle Danubian basin well before the 1800s, the mid-1800s, well before the Great River Revolution works. And just to put it into numbers, believe it or not, on a regular basis, 3 to 5 million hectares were underwater. After the floods, the figure raised to 15 or 20 million hectares. In the very same region today, we have 160,000 hectares under the water. The loss exceeds 90% of the original surface waters, making this area suffer the second biggest loss of surface waters after Ireland. To understand the scale of this water trauma, please just for a second try to imagine Finnish people without their 1,000 lakes. It's impossible, right? Still, it happened here in the Great Pannonian Basin. To be prepared for the challenges of the future, we have to be, of course, aware of the past. And here, we indeed like to think of ourselves, and Hungarians often refer to it as nomad tribes or horsemen, but we have to accept the fact that most of our ancestors were rather fishers, anglers, rowers, boat builders, ferrymen, and we ate much more fish than pork or beef. Also, for millennia, basically the people found a refuge not in big castles or big towers like this one, but rather in floodplain forests and swamps and wetlands. Okay, today, however, we are separated from these waters, and we have gotten to a point where we treat them as sewage channels or illegal dam sites. And of course, this problem is absolutely not local and not typical to Hungary. Water stress and water-related issues are everywhere. So how do we find the solution on an individual basis? It's blue therapy. It's quite simple. You just go out and watch the water. It's even prescribed in some countries. You can spend a little time. You can even touch the water. You can swim in it. That's all blue therapy. And if you ask me, blue therapy is also when you go out and do a little cleanup work. Okay, but basically to help an individual doesn't necessarily help the society. To achieve improvement, we have to take things further. We have to think ahead. Luckily, there are best practices all around. One of them is the Ocean Literacy Framework stemming out from the US, from a handful of researchers and teachers who recognize that we cannot simply survive without a healthy ocean. And they realize that this coexistence between people and ocean is also impossible without people not only intellectually but also emotionally attached to the ocean. So they did this lovely work of establishing ocean literacy, which is by now have 7 principles, and it's adopted by the UN and the EU. But what about rivers? One of the main activities of Plastic Cup Initiative is to do cleanup actions. So far we have removed hundreds of tons of plastic from the rivers, and we also have to prevent more than 1,200 tons of plastic entering the Tisza River basin. And of course we quickly realized that we have to do something on the fields of prevention and education. And for more than 10 years, this work was mainly done in summer camp format. But for 5 years, we have been working on educational programs that can be used in school settings. We realized ocean literacy is a very good starting point, but it cannot be turned directly into formal education or non-formal education in Danube River Basin, because oceans and rivers are different, and so are the people living next to them. So the work continued for 3 years with the involvement of 10 schools and 5 countries of the Tisza River Basin, and then for another 2 years with the involvement of additional schools and professionals. The result is the development of the river literacy educational framework using ocean literacy as a reference. Currently, a scientific publication is under review. In this paper, we will report on establishing this framework and the proposed principles and the educational program based on the principles and its preliminary results. The training of adults are ongoing since 2020, during which time we trained 65 community river cleanup coordinators in 8 Danube countries. And they set up the River Saver community. It's a bit different from the river literacy framework, but still it's an inclusive toolkit which provides innovative solutions on the field of river cleanups, but also on research and also on prevention of plastic pollution in rivers. We have a map that shows that on this side that we have now in 4 countries more than 40 schools and more than 1,000 students already actively learning river literacy and doing extracurricular programs along those principles. They have this River Saver handbook series published in 5 Danube languages and also in English. So why we need this river literacy? It's quite easy to see that the long-term goal is to apply proven solutions developed or improved in the Danube Basin and to implement them beyond. We just do the work in the hope that maybe this knowledge can be implemented in other initiatives like the Blue School initiative of the EU, and also not only in formal education but also in awareness raising programs or in general education or in adult trainings, because to know our rivers and waters better is becoming crucial. It's quite enough to think only just 3 very recent events, Valencia, Blatten and Derna. I think the names and the stories talk to themselves. On the long term, we hope that by really embracing the idea of ocean literacy and taking care that all the dimensions that are built into this educational program, thanks to scholars always reinventing the whole framework, we will be able, on a long term, to create what we call river literacy citizenship, which on the long term can help to achieve changes not only on an individual but a societal level. Because, as we all know, the sea starts here, or, as for me, the ocean starts here at the Tisza River. Thank you very much for your attention.